Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today for day 2 of the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. I am Evelyn Nuno, the board specialist and today's board clerk. I would like to note Chair Rizzo is joining remotely pursuant to Bagley-Keene rules under SB 544, which allow for her to be part of our in-person quorum, joining Vice Chair Hacker and Member Bhatia. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. By your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Today is August 29th at 9:31 a.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Evelyn. Please call the roll.
Sushma Bhatia.
Present.
Ingrid Brostrom is absent for in-person quorum. Georgette Gomez is absent for in-person quorum. Jeannie Rizzo.
Present.
Alexa Strauss-Hacker.
Present.
3 of 5 members are present and a quorum is established.
Thank you, Evelyn. Our first point of action this morning will be for the board to take a procedural vote to authorize remote participation for members Brostrom and Gomez. In accordance with SB 544, it requires this body to take action to allow their remote participation and to visibly appear on camera during the open portion of the meeting. Members, we're happy you're able to participate remotely. A quick procedural question. Each of you, could you please confirm whether there are any other individuals 18 years of age or older with you in the room? Member Brostrom?
No.
And Member Gomez?
No.
All right, with that, may I please have a motion to approve remote participation for members Brostrom and Gomez in this meeting?
I move.
By Member Bhatia, a second, please. I will second it. Any discussion? Abstentions? Very well. Evelyn, would you please call the vote?
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Sushma Bhatia.
Yes.
Ingrid Brostrom will be absent for this vote. Georgette Gomez will be absent for this vote. Jeannie Rizzo
Yes.
and Alexa Strauss-Hacker.
Yes.
Thank you, members. That is unanimous authorization for remote participation for Member Brostrom and Member Gomez. A full quorum is now established with the addition of members Brostrom and Gomez joining remotely. Thank you, everyone. Now for some logistics for today's hybrid meeting that is being held both in person and remotely via phone and Zoom. For those joining us on Zoom, please select your preferred language option, either English or Spanish, by clicking the interpretation icon on your Zoom toolbar at the bottom of your screen. If you don't see the icon, you may need to update your Zoom application. For in-person participants who prefer to participate in Spanish, you can obtain headsets from our interpretation table here on site at the side of the room. And for those following along on Zoom that are in person, please ensure your device's speaker and microphone are muted, as well as phones silenced. If anyone experiences connectivity issues with Zoom, you can call in for either English or Spanish. The phone numbers are provided to you now on the slide, and they will be provided in the chat, and they're also posted on our website. You will now hear from one of our interpreters to provide these instructions for us in Spanish.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. Appreciate it. Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. El día de hoy se proporcionan servicios de interpretación para que usted pueda participar en dicha reunión. Si nos está acompañando por medio de Zoom, en la parte inferior de su pantalla encontrará un icono en forma de un mundo. Favor de presionar ese mundo y elegir el idioma de su preferencia. En este caso sería español. Presiónelo nuevamente para que pueda poner silencio audio original. Eso le permitirá escuchar la interpretación en vivo tal como se está percibiendo en la reunión. Si usted nos está acompañando en la sala de modalidad presencial, favor de ir a la parte de atrás donde está la mesa de interpretación para que le puedan proporcionar unos audífonos y así pueda escuchar la interpretación de todos los participantes del día de hoy. Si tiene algún problema técnico y nos acompaña en Zoom, favor de alzar su mano y con mucho gusto lo apoyaremos para que podamos cerciorarnos de que participe. Igual, de forma, si está presencial, vaya y platique con alguien para que le puedan apoyar, para que le puedan dar unos audífonos que se puedan escuchar en su totalidad. Muchísimas gracias por estar presentes y es un placer estar nuevamente aquí. You may continue, Evelyn. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Aldo. And again, we would like to thank both Aldo and Leticia from Cal Interpretation and Translations, Inc., who are interpreting for today's meeting in Spanish. And now for some evacuation information. Please look around you now and identify two exits closest to you. In some cases, an exit may be behind you. And in the event of a fire alarm, we are required to evacuate this room. Please take your valuables with you and do not use the elevators. Evacuees will exit down stairways and out of the building. Should we have to relocate out of the building, please obey all traffic signals and exercise caution crossing the street. Should anyone need any special assistance with evacuating, cannot take the stairs or the elevators, please see myself, the board clerk. For housekeeping items, the drinking fountain and restrooms are located out the doors at the back of the room to the left and past the glass chandelier. The drinking fountain and restrooms are located there on your right. And with the exception of water, food and drinks are not allowed in the auditorium. Agenda items may fluctuate to accommodate agenda items, and meeting materials are available on the registration table located outside of the auditorium, and they can also be found on our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov. Closed captions are enabled, and you can move the caption display or turn it off altogether. The chat function will be disabled to protect everyone's virtual space and networks. However, the Q&A function will serve as our chat to prevent harmful spam links from being shared with virtual attendees. It will be used for individuals also that are experiencing technical difficulties or are unable to make verbal comments. Please begin your comment with "please read aloud," and a staff member will notify me. To ensure that all board members are fully present and focused on today's presentations, they are not reading or following along in the chat. Now, all participants will remain muted until a Zoom host unmutes them once recognized, and only the board clerk and presenters' videos will be shared. For instructions on how to submit a public comment or participating in this meeting today, we are looking forward to hearing public comments throughout the meeting and have scheduled times on the agenda to do so. Our public forum for items not on the agenda will be item number 5. It will be held approximately at 12 o'clock or noon. For those joining us in person and wish to comment during public forum, please complete a comment card and submit it either to myself, Courtney, or Sheena, who is right now located at the registration table. If you would like to express your comment in writing, you may submit it via email to besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. Okay, that concludes the introductory review for today's meeting. I will now hand it over to Vice Chair Hacker for agenda item number 2.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the second day of the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. We're going to begin with remarks from our chair, Jeannie Rizzo.
Good morning, everyone. And once again, members Brostrom, Gomez, and myself regret that we are not physically present today as we comply with COVID protocols, which is a good reminder to all of us that there is a significant uptick, and we encourage you all to be mindful of that. We will be fully engaged during the meeting, and we thank you all who are attending in person and the many of you on Zoom this morning. We thank you for your continued interest and support of the work of the board and the department. As part of our SB 158 driven reforms, both Dr. Williams and I appeared before the Joint Legislative Oversight Committee to provide our annual updates and field questions from the committee members. Transparency about our progress and challenges to date was the overarching theme of the hearing, and you can watch the entire hearing. The link is on our website and also on the legislative website. So we will focus today on some key things that Vice Chair Hacker, who I appreciate so much, for not just stepping in, but always being the person that keeps us in order. So I'll turn it back over to Vice Chair Hacker with gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rizzo. Yesterday, the board met in closed session to discuss current litigation, and in the afternoon, we held the first day of our public meeting During our meeting yesterday afternoon, the board adopted 2 standing orders that represent an update to our permit appeal procedures. And within a few days, you will find the updated version of those 2 standing orders on our website. The main changes, if you weren't here yesterday, reflect how we engage with DTSC in the early phases of a permit appeal with regard to DTSC establishing its record, the option to meet and confer, and some suggested outline of what an administrative record may include. So you will find all of that on our BES website within a few days. And following that, in what was very much internally reflective of our internal workings, we held some very detailed board member reports. And the work that was described in those board member reports really comes to fruition in a number of the agenda items that you see on screen today. So without further ado, I'd like to move to one of the most consequential actions the board will take this year, which is with regard to fees, a duty given to us in the reform legislation. And with that, our executive officer, Swathi Sharma, and board member Sushma Bhatia will give a presentation on fees. And following their presentation, we'll have board discussion, we'll invite public comment, and then we'll take a board vote on setting fee rates for this 2024-2025 fiscal year.
Thank you, Alexis. Hello, friends. Hope you are all adequately caffeinated to get us through the next 60 minutes of fee discussions. First of all, I'm joined by several members of the board staff and DTSC colleagues from the finance team, Brian and Kate. The work I'm going to talk about, there was an army of us generating all of the analyses and getting us to some scenarios for the broader board's consideration today. We, as you all know, we've held multiple workshops on this topic, and we have written some memos that are posted on our BES website that cover both the contextual background on fees, the board's authority, the various factors we considered in developing the fee scenarios, as well as the data that has been made available to us over the last few months. Today, we're going to present some of that data, and we are going to talk specifically about the scenarios that the board will vote on. So, but first, before I get into that, I'm going to breeze through some basic contextual understanding before we jump into the scenarios. Okay, next slide. All right, just as a reminder, the board fee subcommittee includes several members that are listed here. Jeannie and I are on the board members that are sitting on the fee subcommittee, joined by several board staff. Next. All right. As I mentioned earlier, we also have several members of the DTSC finance team, led by Brian and Kate. Next. All right. So today we're going to do 3 different things. First, we're going to talk about this overview and factors we considered in developing the fee scenarios. Then we will talk about the specific fee scenarios. And we will also share with you the comments, summary of the comments we've received through the public engagement process. And we'll summarize those comments in some specific themes and cover them in an FAQ format where we both state the question and our response. And then we will move to, of course, board discussion and vote, and public comment and then vote. Next slide. One more, please. Thank you. All right. So starting again, a quick reminder, we have 3 different fee types. These are the 3 different fee types that help fund DTSC's programs today. And our mandate as a board is to make sure that DTSC remains solvent, which means that there's enough funding to sustain and continue DTSC's programs. Next slide. So each of those 3 fees that you looked at earlier, they're all the revenues collected from those fees are deposited into 3 different fund accounts. They're called 3 different fund accounts. And you will hear about scenarios for each of those fee types. But this is a reminder again of all of the factors that we used to develop the fee scenarios. First, we have to make sure that the fees cover the amounts appropriated by the legislature. That's number one. Number two, we have to make sure we make any cost of living adjustments to the fees, that we build and maintain a prudent reserve. And the goal of the reserve is to prevent any future shocks to ratepayers from uncertainty. And lastly, we've talked multiple times about the fact that there is a structural deficit in our generation and handling fee, which is one of the 3 fee types. In making our fee decision, we have to make sure we're able to adjust for the structural deficit, and we pay back any outstanding loans. Right? All right. At the workshop, we spoke a little bit about the fee rate limits. I'm going to take a moment to explain fee rate limits, since we only introduced this at our last workshop. Next slide. So fee rate limit, we're going to use limits and caps interchangeably in this conversation. Think about this as the ceiling. This is the maximum allowable limit that we're able to increase the fees to. And once we set those fee limits, fees cannot exceed that limit. We are required as a board to adjust those fee limits to make sure that they account for cost of living adjustments. And that is mandated. So we're going to do that this year. Next slide. All right. So the adjustment that we are going to make for this coming fiscal year is a 3.3% adjustment. It is a number that is determined by CPI, which is set by the Department of Industrial Relations. Next slide. Okay, so we added this information because there were some questions related to how cost of living adjustments apply to fee rates versus the fee rate limits. So think of this as a clarification slide. When the budget is appropriated, we know that COLA changes are factored into the appropriated budget. So we need to make sure that we match those COLA adjustments and reflect those in the fee rates that we set. So when we present the scenarios, you'll see that we've accounted for COLA adjustments in those scenarios. Separately, we spoke about the fee rate limit or the cap. We have to make sure that we increase the cap by the same COLA adjustment so that the cap every year keeps shifting up as we account for cost of living adjustments. So that's why you'll see that cost of living adjustments apply in 2 different ways, both at the rate limit, fee rate limit level and also at the actual fee rates. Right? Okay, so before we go into the fee recommendations, I want to pause here and ask if the board members have any questions, because the next part of the presentation, we're actually going to go through each of the 3 fee types, and we are going to present 3 different scenarios for each fee types.
I have some questions, but I'd rather we join the overall discussion at that time.
So I'm just pausing to see if there's any clarifying questions on the content presented. If not, I'm going to hand it over to Swati to cover the fee scenarios. Thank you, Swati.
Thank you, Member Bhatia. So I will be re-reviewing what we covered during the August fees workshop as well as the July board meeting. I'm going to go through these slides relatively quickly because this is probably the 3rd or 4th time you all have seen us talk about fund conditions, as well as what the board subcommittee recommendations are for the full board. So I will be covering the 3 funds, the 3 fee rate scenarios for the board to consider, as well as the subcommittee recommendations. So for fiscal year 24-25, DTSC has projected the following 3 fund balances. So for HWCA, there will be a deficit of 2.9 million. For HWFA, which is funded by the facility fee, there will be roughly a deficit of 0.9 million. And for TSCA, which is funded by the environmental fee, we'll have a revenue of 4.2 million. So as board member Bhatia shared, there are several factors that the board considered when looking at the various fee scenarios. This includes, as Member Bhatia pointed out, the floor, or what can keep these funds solvent, what scenarios would allow cost of living adjustments, as well as a prudent reserve, and what is the uppermost limit that the board members could go as well. And without sounding too repetitive, these were the 3 different fee scenarios that we considered for the generation and handling fee. So looking at generation and handling fee, we asked DTSC to come up with the 3 scenarios of a 5% reserve, a 7.5% reserve, and a 10% reserve. Next slide, please. For generation and handling, you can see what the increase would result in. The subcommittee reviewed additional scenarios as well and recommending to the full board to have a 5% reserve, which is scenario 1. And as I pointed out earlier, the 5% reserve would allow for HWCA to be solvent. It also allows for adjustments of cost of living and a prudent reserve while having the least amount of impact on businesses. Next slide, please. For facility fees, we also asked for the same 3 scenarios, 5%, 7.5%, and 10%. And we considered the same scenarios and the same considerations that I laid out for the generation and handling fee. Next slide, please. For facility fee, you can see what the increase would result in. There are several different types of facility fee scenarios. So I'm going to pause for a moment and also provide that we have additional documents in our appendix that provide further context and further details on these scenarios as well. The board subcommittee is recommending a 5-point reserve for facility fee scenario as well. And again, it's for the same considerations that this would allow the fund to be solvent, allows adjustments for cost of living, as well as a prudent reserve. Next slide, please. These are some more details for other facility fees as well. Next slide, please. Lastly is the environmental fee. As you can see, there is a projected fund balance of 4.2 million. And as shared earlier, we also looked at 5%, 7.5%, and 10% reserve for environmental fee as well. We took into consideration all of the different adjustments that the board needs to look at. And next slide, please. And for environmental fee as well, the board subcommittee is recommending a 5% reserve, which is scenario 1. Okay, next slide. This is the illustrative annual calendar of the fee rate process. We are currently in Q3, where the board will take into consideration what has been presented today and take a vote. After this process, we go through the emergency rulemaking process. And in Q4 on October 1st, the fee rates and fee limits are sent to CDTFA. And on November 30th, the first fee payment is due. Next slide. The next steps, after the board votes, CDTFA is to issue notice to fee payers regarding SB 156 changes, including penalties and reporting in early September. DTSC will conduct a G&H rulemaking workshop specific to SB 156 in early October. And then DTSC will continually update their fee web pages. So please check this website for updated resources. And next slide. And to recap, the BES fees subcommittee has the recommendation to approve an increase of all fees to fully fund DTSC's expenditure with a 5% reserve, which was scenario 1 for all 3 fee rates. And in resolution, approve the fee rate increases and adjust fee limits as shown in the public notice in the meeting materials for the emergency rulemaking process. Thank you, and I will hand it back to Member Bhatia.
Thank you, Swati. So as some of you know, we presented these scenarios at our workshops and have received a set of public comments and questions. I'm going to run through a few questions that have broad applicability. There were some questions that were very specific to a site or like a use case that was maybe smaller. So the questions we are presenting and the responses, we felt that those were more broadly applicable. It is not intended to be a fully exhaustive list of all of the questions that we received so far. So with that, I have 5 questions, and I'm going to tee up that the last 2 questions I'm going to need our DTSC colleagues to jump in and answer. So the very first question was about how the fee scenarios were developed. For each of the 3 fund accounts, as you all know, we actually modeled multiple scenarios. There were dozens of scenarios we looked at behind the scenes. We're only presenting to you 3 scenarios, which are the 5%, 7.5%, and 10%. And given that there were so many different scenarios, our approach was to look at the floor, which is what is the lowest amount of fee rate increases we can make this year, and what is the ceiling, which is what is the highest level of fee rates that we can increase to this coming fiscal year. So the floor and the ceiling. And in coming up with the floor, we had to look at multiple factors. We had to look at, first of all, what is the minimum increase in fees that would help us keep DTSC solvent and fund the programs. We had to look at, we had to adjust for cost of living. We spoke about that. We had to make sure that we start building a prudent reserve to protect us from future shocks. We wanted to make sure that we are set up for any future loan repayment scenarios. Plus, again, we spoke about the fact that the prudent reserve is critical for us to protect against future shocks for ratepayers. So all of these factors we looked at and then landed on the 5% reserve being our floor of fee increases. Then we looked at the second bookend, which is the ceiling. We spoke earlier about how this scenario is already set up in statute. We are required to not exceed the 10% reserve amount. There's also caps that are established in statute on the fee rate limits. So with those factors, we knew what the ceiling was. So today we are presenting to you the 5% floor scenario, the 10% ceiling scenario, and a scenario in between, so you can understand what the fee implications will be with these 3 scenarios. This hopefully gives you a sense of how we approached fees. And we looked at multiple dozens of scenarios and landed on these 3 things as a simpler way to frame our options on the table. So that's question number 1. Question number 2, there was a set of questions around how the board considered incentives or funding for specific DTSC programs when making decisions about fee scenarios. So specifically, there was a question about whether the board considered additional funding or incentives for the Safer Consumer Products program. So the simplest answer is not directly. It's because our role as carved out by the mandate is to make sure that we set the fees that allow us to meet the appropriated amount, and the amount is appropriated by the legislature. And the legislature, when setting the budget, is taking into account what are the specific programs DTSC runs and what's the funding required to run those programs. So we are essentially looking at it more from a downstream perspective of, given that those programs are approved and that funding is required, how do we ensure that the fees that we set are bringing in those revenues required to run the programs. But having said that, we also can lean on our oversight authority with DTSC and all our other authorities to make sure that there's enough funding available for all of DTSC's programs, including the Safer Consumer Products program. The third question was a question about whether or not DTSC and the board are taking into consideration the potential chilling effect that fee increases may have on developers or development projects. Again, this is a more complicated long-term issue that we are monitoring. We are going to continue on an annual basis as a key part of our mandate. So annually, we're going to look at fees. We are going to continue our public engagement to gather data and insights on what the impacts are for fee payers. And we're going to continue to do that and then make decisions. But I just want to remind us all that we have not increased fees for several years before SB 158 passed. And we are finally adjusting for these historical structural deficit issues. A large part of that course correction happened with SB 158, and now we're making those final adjustments that are still required for us to make sure DTSC continues to be solvent and fiscally strong. So that is my a third question. And my next two questions, I'm going to invite our colleagues from DTSC, Brian and Kate. The question number 4 was around specifically the generation and handling structural deficit. The question was around whether we expect that revenues from the G&H fees will continue to increase over time.
Good morning, board members. Brian Brown, Chief Financial Officer for DTSC. Yeah, we're quite confident that with the reforms that were included in the final enacted budget, including some statutory changes, are going to give us the tools necessary to increase the generation and handling fee revenues over time. And that's because we did a lot of analysis over the last more than a year, looking at sort of the underlying causes of the shortfall. And the things that we identified were really around, in particular, a lack of compliance. We had a lot of generators that were not paying or were underpaying relative to what the data, the manifest data showed that they should have been paying. And then we also identified, somewhat analogous to that, is that we had a lot of generators that we believe were self-utilizing exemptions that they may not have qualified for. And so what we're going to be doing, we've already started a lot of work just in terms of sort of more outreach and engagement and communications with generators so that they understand what their obligations are under the new fee structure. But going forward, the other thing that we're going to be doing that we're allowed to do because of the trailer bill language that was included with the Budget Act was to provide us both some increased tools, such as increased penalties for non-compliance, as well as allows us to engage in emergency regulations to implement some additional changes to get more information, more data from generators that will allow us to do effective oversight, as well as to do things like review exemptions that are being claimed to ensure that they're appropriate.
Great, thank you. So in summary, there are many provisions that will allow us to increase the collection rate and the compliance rate overall. And I think as a board, as a subcommittee at least, we will continue to make sure that we're making progress against those two metrics, which is collection rates and compliance rates. Yeah, thank you. But the next question was about penalties. Can you tell us more about what the penalties will look like and how those are changing?
Yeah, so there are really two different sort of sets of penalties. So the first is that we're looking at, one that was explicitly laid out in the statutory changes that were part of our budget, the final budget package, has to do with late payment of the penalties to CDTFA, the Department of Tax and Fee Administration. And so it used to be under the old law that the penalty was capped at 10% of whatever was owed. Under the new changes, when we felt that that prior structure did not provide enough incentive for compliance. And so under the new structure, it's a tiered system. And I apologize, I don't have the exact tiers in front of me, but conceptually the idea is the longer a generator goes without paying what they're owed, the higher that penalty will be, up to 100% of the amount owed. Then the second thing that we're looking at is kind of related to our issue around not getting complete and accurate information reported by generators. One of the areas that we're looking at as part of the emergency regulations that we'll be undertaking is to develop a process to ensure that generators are complying with the requirements set forth that they have to provide DTSC with accurate information. And so that'll be part of our regulatory process. So there'll be an opportunity for stakeholders to engage in that, but to make clear what the penalties are for not complying with those requirements.
Great. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Kate. I believe the tiered penalty structure is already available on CDTFA's website. Yes, so maybe if we can have the staff post the link. If you're able to retrieve the link, we'll post it in our chat window. Thank you. So that concludes roughly the 5 or so common themes that came up in our workshops. For the next part of the discussion, I think we can move to board questions.
Right. This is an optimal time for the board to discuss our reaction to the subcommittee's proposal before we then proceed to public comments. Would like to begin. Chair Rizzo.
Yes, thank you. And thank you so much, Sushma. You did a great job of recapping what was a year of a pretty intense work. And to Brian and Kate and their team, including enforcement, we held weekly meetings and really unpacked where the issues were. Because last year, if you recall, it was our first year coming into being, and we didn't raise fees. We didn't feel like we had the knowledge, the depth, the full understanding. And we all know there was a shortfall, a significant shortfall this year again. So we really wanted to take a look at the cause of the shortfall and how much of it was compliance, how much of it was because the rates were just simply not high enough. And I do want to compliment Brian and Kate in particular for just sticking with it week after week, unpacking. And also, I want to acknowledge in particular Linda Ocampo, our senior engineer, who was right there with us every step of the way. And of course, Greg and Swathi were very engaged in it. But I think what's important here is that we didn't have the confidence to rely on projections without unpacking all of this, going deep into the causes of the shortfalls and really determining we did not want to burden fee payers who pay in a timely manner for those who don't pay. Hence the changes in the penalty and enforcement structure, so that we wouldn't be sitting here again with people who pay their fees on time and the right amount are absorbing issues that really belong to those who are not. So I feel like the work was very robust, it was analyzed very deeply. We wanted to show in our 3 scenarios what we could do as high as 10% reserves, but we also felt there have not been reserves in these accounts in probably decades. And we wanted to start building the reserves in the event we have a shortfall or we have a circumstance that requires us to dip into that bucket. And also because we have a $40 million loan on the books that will have to be repaid over time. So beginning to build reserves to pay the loan back for those things that, that are historical problems. So I really want to compliment the whole team for the work on it. And again, for the openness and engagement. This was a very open, transparent, difficult process, but I want to compliment everybody's work on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rizzo. Who'd like to go next? I'll go last. Member Brostrom, comments?
Yeah, a couple of things. For many years, I've sat in front of the Senate and Assembly budget subcommittees, faced with, first impending and then actualized budget deficits for DTSC. So, I mean, that's been going on for many years. We saw it coming, then it happened. And then there's been this, significant question on, what are the long-term solutions for these budget deficits. So, one thing is I do find value that this will be a yearly process. So we'll be able to recognize shortfalls, course correct, and that this is meant to be an iterative process, and yearly fee setting means that we can be quite responsive to what happened in the previous year. So I think that's a valuable thing that we have. I was really disappointed to see that the estimates were quite off. And given that we have this iterative process, the yearly process, you know, I'm going to be looking closely next year to see how the, you know, the various measures that are being adopted increase those compliance rates, increase the collection rates, and hopefully we're able to, you know, to meet the budget needs. So so one, you know, really happy that that we have the ability to be so iterative, and definitely looking for the next year to see how these new estimates are going to pan out. And also recognize, like, you know, this can go either way. If the compliance rates and collection rates go way up, you know, then we can also take that into account. So yeah, just evaluating this yearly process. And then the other note, just you know, I very much believe that in the polluter pays principles. So, you know, I do have concerns about exemptions, where, you know, folks that are exempted from paying their fees, who has to subsidize those costs? So that's a continuing question that I'll be looking at, and I hope we can continue to have conversations longer term around those types of issues. So those are just the couple of notes. I'm looking forward to hearing public testimony. And yeah, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I actually first want to start by thanking the subcommittee. I know that this was a lot of work. So thank you for putting in the many hours and bringing this very very holistic analysis and recommendation. Really very mindful of what the recommendations is being put forward. So I'm going to start with, I am not a believer nor a supporter of allowing exemptions, especially for fees. So that is something that needs to be corrected, and I know that exemptions sometimes are done somewhere else. So there has to be a better control, or if there is assumptions, there needs to be something else, because then that impacts, I think this is one where I do agree with the industry. It will impact the industry because they're the ones subsidizing it for others, and that has to be corrected. So as those conversations evolve, I think we also need to be, I don't know who is the we, but there needs to be an understanding of what the ramifications are to exempting certain industries or certain bodies of industries, whether it be government, or I know housing developers right now are getting exempted or being asked to be exempted because we are in a housing crisis, and I get it, but at the end of the day, product is product, and this waste is being handled by somebody. It doesn't get evaporated, right? So there is work that happens. I do hope that aside from the percentage recommendation, I think the things that are being put forward to try to capture the correct fees, improve our fee recovery, and that work will help us have a better understanding of where DTSC is with this. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate that we're going to be more aggressive in that from that angle, because I think it's really important. And you know, aside from that, I've been following the conversations. I was brief in multiple manners, and at the moment I don't have any questions. I think all my questions have been answered. I think the only one is, so this is the fee adjustment is only once a year, right? And this once calendar year or fiscal year? What is the time?
Fiscal year.
Fiscal year?
So the rates will be set in October, and they're retroactive to July. And
Okay.
so it'll be for fiscal year.
Okay. So we're doing the 24-25 then, right? Okay. That's good to know. No, outside of that, I don't have anything else. I just really want to express my gratitude to the subcommittee. Y'all did a really good job.
Thank you. Unless you want to add more, I'll go next. Then I join my fellow board members in thanking you in Swati, our DTSC colleagues for months and months, and our BES team, months and months of hard work to get to this point. It's easy to look at the charts, which don't reflect how much work you've done to come forward with options. There are 5 things I wanted to mention just very quickly. The first one is with regard to loan repayment. I'm interested in working as a board and with DTSC in examining options. I know that the loan is not due this year. I'm told the loan is not due this year. But one of the things that is an option, I think, is for us to find a path to reducing its balance. If we could perhaps in the coming year, the fiscal year in which we are now, any outstanding balance at year's end to pay down the balance, or if we could discuss in the months ahead a multi-year repayment schedule. I haven't heard that the loan would be magically forgiven, and I do think that we need to, as part of our consideration as a board with our colleagues, contemplate what are our options for dealing with that balance so that we don't suddenly have a 40 million or other amount of a shock to the system that then sends the rates into something unexpected. So loan repayment is something I'd like to discuss in the months to come. Secondly, I don't have a good specific feeling for this, but I understand that the vacancy savings that DTSC now experiences, plus the increased positions swept by Department of Finance, are largely offsetting the cost of living increases. And this is factored into each fee. And it would be helpful to us as board members to have a more granular understanding of that, maybe halfway through the year. Are things, once the dust settles on vacancies, are things looking as they do at this moment? Third thing is, when the board is looking at options, I think the board should also look at a 0% increase option. What is a no action option? Last year, as the chair noted, we didn't increase fees based on the information we had at the time. Now the subcommittee is recommending a specific figure, but as we go into next year's deliberations, I think it would be very helpful for all of us and the public to look at a different range, including a 0% increase. Fourth item, we're putting a lot of stock in the commitment to increase both the collection rate and the compliance rate, particularly of generators, probably small generators, probably harder to reach than your average business. There is such a thing. And I think it's going to be difficult. And yet we're hanging so much on the expectation that we will get more revenue out of that good effort. I think it would be helpful for us when our board, having put out its calendar for next year, for 2025, it would be good for us at our May meeting to talk with our DTSC colleagues and get a sense of what is the compliance rate? What was it at the beginning of this fiscal year as of July, already a month ago? And what does it look like come next May in terms of the collection rate? And how does that give us either optimism or gloom about the task ahead of us in fee setting? I think we should use that May board meeting. I know DTSC is always very busy with the May budget revise, but we should at that May meeting have a more fulsome discussion around revenues and the loan repayment options and how we're doing on compliance and collection to inform the work of the subcommittee to follow. So those are my main concerns. I don't think I have anything more to offer on that, but I would like to, in my own notes with our EO and our chair, to follow up on what we do with this information in the. Thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you all. I'm just going to quickly recap 5 themes that came out of our board discussion for us to follow up on. First is to track metrics related to the collection levels and the compliance rates and collection rates. That's number 1, and doing it preferably by tier so we understand where the specific challenges with collection and compliance lay. Second is to track metrics related to exemptions and potential actions we might be able to take as a board to influence exemptions. Number 3 is loan repayment. What are the mechanisms available to us and what is the loan repayment schedule? And how do we ensure that we are able to use some of our potential reserve money that comes up to start repaying the loans? So that's number 3. Number 4 is we talked about the vacancy savings and how those may or may not offset cost of living increases. And lastly, number 5 is in future scenarios, when we present future scenarios, we also want to be able to surface the no action or 0% increase scenario. We did actually look at it as a board subcommittee, but we didn't surface it with all of you board members and the stakeholders. So we will do a better job and surface that option as well. Those are 5 actions.
Thank you. I think we're ready for public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will now open the floor for public comment on agenda item number 3, DTSC fiscal year 2024-25 fees presentation. I'll go over some quick instructions for this comment period and also for all the further comment periods for all the agenda items. So for those that are joining us in person and wish to comment, please raise your hand and I will call you up individually. And for those joining us on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand on Zoom on your toolbar or press *9 on your phone. If you have joined the Spanish channel by phone, please wait for the interpreters to provide instructions. I will acknowledge each commenter by first and last name as displayed on Zoom, and I apologize if I mispronounce any names. As a reminder, items that are not on the agenda will be taken during agenda item number 5 or public forum at approximately 12 o'clock. And we ask that your comment be no longer than 3 minutes. For your convenience, we will see a timer located on the screen. And we will also use timing cue cards for your convenience and will alert you when your time is up. The time allotted will be doubled for participants expressing their comment in Spanish to allow time for translation. And if you're commenting in Spanish, please let us know at the start of your comment. So I will start with in-person participants. Is there anyone in the room that would like to comment on this item? Okay, quick scan, seeing none. I'll go to Zoom participants. I see one hand by Don Kepke. Please accept our request to unmute. And once you have the floor, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Apologies for not being there in person. Legislative session is at the tail end here. But I'm Don Kepke on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance, otherwise known as CEEB. Certainly appreciate the board's engagement on the fee setting issue. We certainly also appreciate the more modest approach recommended for fees going into fiscal year 24-25 in terms of increases. All that said, we do continue to have concern just in terms of kind of the long-term outlook and approach when it comes to fee setting and ongoing increases year over year, as well as just what seems to be still uncertainty and lack of clear understanding about the full scope of why we are continuing to see kind of gaps in terms of what is expected versus what's collected. While I understand there's been some indication on a few different fronts, there does seem to still be some kind of missing information and uncertainty about that. Additionally, we do encourage the board as part of ongoing future processes to release the information regarding the various scenarios earlier in the process. Certainly, we know the board is getting up to speed and kind of working through your processes on this front as kind of new. But nonetheless, entities like the State Water Board, for example, do have stakeholder fee processes whereby they do release even just projected scenarios for fee increases well in advance of workshops that really begin in January after the governor's January budget release. but fully recognizing that those may need to adjust after May revise and certainly after the close of the final budget package in late June, early July. So really just encourage kind of as much as possible to start releasing that information sooner and ideally certainly well in advance of future workshops going into next year. But all that notwithstanding, certainly again, do appreciate the recommended modest approach to fee increases and certainly look forward to ongoing engagement with the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dawn.
May I, Evelyn, just
Yes.
respond?
Yes,
Briefly?
please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dawn. I'm just going to talk about two things we are already planning to do in response to the comments you've raised. One is, yes, we agree we need to do a root cause analysis, and DTSC has already kicked this process off. And we as a fee subcommittee expect to continue to work with them to understand what the reasons are for the structural deficit issues and how do we make sure we course correct in a way that's reasonable for ratepayers. So that's number one. And then second thing is you talked about you talked about the long-term approach for this correction. This is an iterative process. So every year we will continue to look at all of the factors. We will continue to surface how far we are in terms of addressing this gap. And we will continue to surface as early as possible all the data that's being made available to us as a board. I think there's one other comment you made about the schedule. I'm going to hand it over to Swati to talk a little bit about the schedule.
Thank you, Member Bhatia, and thank you, Dawn. So the challenge that we have, as you know, is we really aren't able to project until the books are closed. And so I will, if my DTSC colleagues have anything additional to add on that, but even the projections from May changed to June to July. So that's where we're a little bit hesitant to share information early on in January because the numbers can drastically change from January till where we are right now. We certainly are open to engagement, discussion early on. We did that this year as well. We started our engagement process early on, and we will work with our DTSC colleagues to see if we can project. The challenge is that we really don't know what the numbers are until the books are closed, and that doesn't happen until much later on. And I invite Brian to add on to that.
Yeah, I think that's right. The one just additional bit of nuance to add is the sort of practical constraint that when the budget comes out, one piece of information we do have when that comes out that's new at that point is, of course, any additional proposals that affect our expenditures. So if we have budget change proposals, for example, that increase our expenditures, we can report that. And I think we did report that to the board last year. But on the other side of the coin, on the revenue side, when there's a timing challenge, right? Which is that most of our revenues, all of our revenues, for example, for the environmental fee and the second payment for both the facility fee and the G&H fee, both aren't due until end of February. So not until after the governor's budget comes out. So we're always happy to keep the board informed and stakeholders informed of developments. But it does make it hard to do kind of scenarios at that stage.
And Brian, through one of the provisions we've included in the in TBL was to collect better data, correct? And that helps us make better estimates and projections. Can you speak to how that might actually also help us with schedule?
Yeah, so one of the things that we may be able to see, for example, is the prepayment for the generation and handling fee that's due, or the first installment, the first half of the payment is due by the end of November. So as we get to January, and certainly by the end of January, by February at the latest, we by then have reports from CDTFA on what those revenue collections look like. And so, for example, we do look at how do those collections look compared to prior year, compared to our projections. And so those are the kind of things that we can look at and potentially talk about. But those aren't the final payments. And we do have a history, for example, of particularly with that first payment, a particularly low compliance on that first payment. And so one thing that will, I think, become clear over time is with the additional measures we're putting in, including things like penalties, are people who maybe previously were not paying the payment, but just paid it with their final payment in February? Are they now doing a better job of just still paying the same amount, but paying more of it on time? And so we'll have to see over time whether we see patterns like that, and that will affect how we do our projections overall.
Can you remain at the microphone? We have a comment from Chair Rizzo.
Thank you. And thank you, Brian. And again, Kate, one of the things that we spent time on, and I know you enhanced, was the contract with CDTFA themselves, not just and additional personnel to stay on top of this. So can you talk a little bit about the enhancements? For those who don't know, it's the California Department of Tax and Fees Collection, I think, administration, CDTFA. And so Kate, I know, was very deeply involved in that, and that might help people understand the back end of the work that was done, recognizing exactly what Dawn raised. Without the information, it's impossible to have an accurate projection. So Kate?
Yeah, if I could actually back up even just a little bit further, particularly as it relates to the information for the rate setting purposes, that is one of the primary reasons DTSC is modifying our EVQ system to collect better data. It serves two purposes. It serves to inform DTSC earlier on of the waste generated within the prior calendar year for purposes of rate setting. And then it also enhances the data that we then provide to CDTFA as part of that contract for them to actually administer and collect the fee. We have been working with CDTFA pretty extensively to look at our existing contract and see where there might be modifications. One of the biggest things we did this past year is we did modify the return to collect better data, and we're looking to make future enhancements, particularly in consolidating some of that EVQ data with our hazardous waste tracking system to enhance their collection abilities. Additionally, with DTSC's efforts to work on or to implement an exemption review process, that will also enable DTSC to look at the exemptions claimed earlier on and provide that data to CDTFA well in advance for them to have that administrative and oversight related to the return, whereas DTSC is really focused on making sure that the data that's provided in the first place is better. And so part of the contract is looking to leverage that, define the roles and responsibilities between DTSC's reporting requirements and the information we're going to be requiring from generators, and also align that with CDTFA's return, modifying as necessary both sides to kind of bookend that data.
Thank you, Kate. That covers it, I think.
Shall we continue with public comment?
Yes, thank you. I do see an additional 3 hands raised on Zoom. So I'll go to the next raised hand, Ivana Castellanos. Please accept our request to unmute and state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility Los Angeles. I want to thank you for sharing this analysis. We've been tracking this closely. And just a few comments. I really would like to get a better understanding of the ways that we are collecting data on unmanifested waste and how to make it easier to perform wide-scale review and validation, both that generators are reporting their generation accurately and are also paying appropriately according to their generation. Thanks to speaking to some of the efforts that are being taken to better understand and make more efficient the communication and data sharing between CDTFA and DTSC. I think that'll be really important so that this wide-scale review and oversight analysis can be done as quickly as possible as folks are paying. I agree that the compliance rate of generators rate paying overall should be reported on and tracked over time so that the agency can identify potential trends and maybe develop specific strategies if there are particular industries or types of generators that are more challenged. And but I also think that individual generator compliance should be tracked and taken into consideration to flag particular generators that may be are consistently non-compliant. And I would like to know more about what the potential enforcement actions are besides the additional levying of fees. For example, over time, if there are generators that are consistently misusing exemptions, underpaying or not paying, like what are all of the potential enforcement actions available, and how does DTSC determine what enforcement actions to take?
Evelyn, may I respond?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So just to recap, I think there were three comments. One was about, I'm going to call it data fidelity, making sure the CDTFA systems and DTSA systems are matching and able to properly account for all the manifested waste, and the payments are appropriately captured. The second comment was about tracking compliance rates, and we already captured that as an action that we will continue to do. We will track compliance rates and collection rates and surface them in future cycles. Third was a comment about potential penalties. Earlier, Brian spoke about tiered penalties and how these tiered penalties are being rolled out. They're already published on CDTFA's website. I'm going to ask our DTSC colleagues, is there more you'd like to add on either the EVQ system or the tiered penalties? You've already previously answered it. I see Kate coming up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So specifically related to unmanifested waste, DTSC does not have one central tracking system for unmanifested waste. Our tracking really is tied to manifested waste. And this is one of the primary drivers behind updating our our electronic verification questionnaire, also known as EVQ, is so we can start collecting data on unmanifested waste, consolidated data, and transported waste. That is one of the largest gaps that DTSC is looking for insights into. Additionally, if I could speak a bit to the compliance piece. The compliance piece is really one of the biggest reasons that fee payers saw that their returns changed this last year, is because prior to that change, DTSC did not have a way to reconcile at an individual EPID number who paid fees and who didn't. And so this is something we are beginning our analysis on. We started getting data from CDTFA on this new return in May, and we are looking to do that analysis on an ongoing basis and be able to provide that to the board as well as CDTFA.
Thank you, Kate.
Shall we continue?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Keith. That was very thorough. I enjoyed that, listening to that answer. Veronica Mora from PG&E, I see your hand raised. Please accept a request to unmute. You have 3 minutes, and please state your name and your affiliation.
Hi, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Sorry. This is Veronica Moore. I'm with PG&E. I mostly just had minor comments. While I appreciate, consideration of the potential impact to the generators when setting the proposed fee rates, it is still a 20% increase from the prior rate, and so it is still a significant impact to your state generators. So I just wanted to point that out, that we are tracking a 20% increase. Secondly, we are in agreement with the polluter pays principle, but the way that we identify or the hazardous waste criteria does not differentiate between true contamination and what I would say is naturally occurring contaminants like naturally occurring metals. And at least in our data evaluation from 2022, 90% of our non-RCRA or California hazardous waste was hazardous or state hazardous primarily due to naturally occurring metals, and where the material was not able to be reused or backfilled either due to compaction requirements or local ordinance and whatnot, and so had to be deemed as waste. And so without that proper differentiation, it is also just that much more of a financial impact to have these constantly increasing, and 20% is a substantial increase for this type of waste. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Veronica.
Thank you for that comment, Veronica. Acknowledging that this is still going to create an increase for ratepayers. I just want to again remind everyone in this room and the board members that when we looked at multiple scenarios, this was first and foremost one consideration is we want to make sure we have just enough to meet the appropriated amount, plus start to build a reserve so that we can handle any uncertainties and set us up for loan repayment, which is why we felt that the 5% reserve scenario actually gets us there, which is why we're not looking at more higher rate increases, which are also on the table. Our recommendation, at least as a subcommittee, was to go with the lowest level or fee change that would allow us to meet this broader objective of, again, meeting the appropriated amount, adjusting for the structural deficit, setting us up for potentially loan repayment in the future. So thank you for your comment on that topic. I think on the second topic, you talked about naturally occurring toxics. The best venue to have that conversation is actually the hazardous waste management plan. I see Katie in the room, but when in the conversations we're having with DTSC's team around the hazardous waste management plan, we're having this conversation holistically about what are all of the hazardous waste generated in the state and what is the best way to handle each waste. So I encourage you to engage with us in the context of the hazardous waste management plan so we can continue to have those discussions.
Thank you so much.
Further comments?
Yes, one more comment on Zoom from Jessica Crutchfield. Please accept our request to unmute. Please state your name and your affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Jessica Crutchfield. I'm a private environmental attorney and I work with developers in California. So I help them comply, and I just want to echo what I just heard from the PG&E representative. The increase does have a huge impact on construction budgets, which are set years and years in advance. So it's really difficult when the fee changes and it applies retroactively to waste that was previously generated. It doesn't really allow the generators a chance to kind of plan ahead and know, how much the waste is going to cost them as they are generating it. And I also want to echo that in my experience, most of the waste is it's due to metals. That's why it's being categorized as hazardous. And it's not, I guess I also kind of take issue with the polluter pays characterization, because it's not that the developer is contaminating it. They're just digging up something that someone else caused or that was caused by nature. So it kind of, it does impact developers a lot who don't have an exemption, outside of the housing scenario. And, the commercial real estate market is also a little bit difficult right now too. So I have seen this impact my clients. And my second question relates to the verification for figuring out compliance. Working with our clients, the hazardous waste tracking system is very difficult if that's what you're looking to determine compliance, because a lot of the information, the manifests don't have tonnage. So if you're looking at manifests, that's not a good indication. You need the trucking logs to know the actual tonnage, but that's not the information in the hazardous waste tracking system. And then if you click on a particular year in the hazardous waste tracking system, you'll have one number and it'll take you to another screen with a breakdown. And that information often won't add up to the same total. So I'd like to learn more about efforts to kind of reconcile all of that. And also, I just want to thank you. This has been a super informative presentation, and I really appreciate the public engagement.
Thank you so much, Jessica.
May I just,
Yes.
Thank you, Jessica. I noted on your comment about how, again, this is still a fee increase and that impacts all of the ratepayers you represent. So noted. And again, we're going to do this every year, and we have the option to both increase and decrease fees, and we are trying to meet this appropriated budget. So in the future scenarios, again, we will be looking closely at the options on the table and identifying options that have the least impact, but also meet our objectives. Having said that, I think there's one action I'm taking away from your comment, which is to make sure we as a board subcommittee and the broader board stakeholders understand how the compliance rates are being measured and how those, whether or not the hazardous waste management, I think the tracking system data is being used to ultimately calculate the compliance rates. So we will do a deep dive on it and then come back in the future and present it. So thank you, Veronica.
Thank you, Veronica. Now I will go to ask for interpreters if we have any Spanish comments. I'm sorry, did you want to have something else?
I just want to apologize. I misspoke. It's not Veronica. Thank you, Jessica.
Okay. Waiting for, okay, I see a confirmation. There's no Spanish comments on the Spanish line. I'll do one last scan in the room. Anyone else that would like to comment in person? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment for agenda item number 3. Thank you all for engaging with us. This is for the DTSE fiscal year 2024-25 fees presentation. I will kick it back to you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Evelyn, and thank you to everyone who is participating in today's hearing on this matter. We've discussed this item. We've received public comment. We're now ready for a motion. To recap, our staff is recommending an increase of all fees to fully fund DTSE expenditures with a 5% reserve, as explained. There is also a resolution in our materials with a public notice that will be mailed out for emergency rulemaking. Is there a motion to approve the resolution and staff recommendation as presented?
Yes, I move.
Moved by Member Bhatia, seconded by Member Gomez. Do we have discussion, abstentions, or amendments? Evelyn, would you please call the vote?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Sushma Bhatia,
Yes.
Ingrid Brostrom,
Yes.
Georgette Gomez,
Yes.
Jeannie Rizzo,
Yes.
and Alexis Strauss-Hacker.
Yes.
Thank you so much, members. This motion is unanimously approved to adopt the resolution and staff recommendation.
Thank you, Evelyn. Our executive officer will now briefly summarize the next steps for this board.
For fees. Could put up the slide. I went through the next steps already, but we can go ahead and recap it again. It will be last few slides, 25 and 20. Actually, you could just keep 25 on. And while we're getting that slide show up, just to reiterate, now we go through the emergency rulemaking process. We have about a month to do that process. And on October 1st, the fee rates will be set and sent to CDTFA, which not only the rates, but the cap limits will be set. And then November 30th, the first fee payment is due. We have a number of resources and links in the meeting materials, as well as on our website and DTSC's fees website. And just to reiterate that DTSC will be conducting, next slide, please, a G&H rulemaking workshop specific to SB 156 in early October. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now moving to agenda item 4. I'd like to invite Dr. Meredith Williams, the Director of DTSC, to present her DTSC leadership report. The board will have discussion and hear public comment before voting on the revised DTSC fiscal year 2024-25 priorities, which will be presented to us by Dr. Williams. Following the board vote, Dr. Williams will then continue her report to include an update on Exide. Member Gomez will provide us with her subcommittee report on Exide following Dr. Williams' presentation. Brian Dominguez, the supervising hazardous substances engineer with the Hazardous Waste Management Program, will also join us to provide an update to the Hazardous Waste Management Plan. Members Bhatia and Brostrom will provide us with their subcommittee report following Mr. Dominguez's update. And finally, we'll have a separate board discussion and public comment on all remaining items of the DTSC. Please go ahead. And
thank
welcome.
you. And good morning, board members near here and far. I'm glad that you were able to work out and hold this very important meeting, and congratulations. It's a notable milestone that you have for the first time set fees for the department consistent with the appropriation. I also found the discussion very informative. It's always helpful for us to know what your concerns are and hear from stakeholders what their concerns are about the fee structure. And I was struck by the interplay between the hazardous waste management plan work and the report work and this discussion. So looking forward to seeing the next stages of that work. I will be talking today about just some general news, just touch on a few things, revisit the priorities that we presented at the last meeting. Generation and handling fee update should be quick because you covered so much of it during the last discussion. As mentioned, we'll also talk about Exide and hazardous waste management plan. I put the joint legislative oversight hearing on this slide, not because I have anything to say about it in particular, but just to make sure that that if you had questions about what we took away from it, or you had thoughts, we are identifying some actions and some follow-up that will happen based on not just the legislative hearing, but of course the session is coming to a close, and there's been a lot of energy and action around the department, and we'll be digesting that and identifying some next steps to move forward. Happy to talk about that to whatever extent you'd like. We are finishing up a few of our legislative reports. The LABRIC report has been posted. That is our lead acid battery recycling and investigation and cleanup program report. And I don't believe that the orphan site report is yet posted, but it will be shortly, and we're happy to provide those links to you. They were not available at the time that the slides were generated, but if possible, we could revise the posted slides to include those links. It has been a very, very active legislative season. It's not over yet. We're sprinting to the end, even as recently as the last couple of days, but certainly a lot of energy in a couple of areas. A lot of concern around chemicals in products, particularly with a focus on PFAS. And that has a very strong link to our Safer Consumer Products program. A couple of bills related to metal shredders. And then we saw a lot of interest in extended producer responsibility this year. And we've entered that conversation, which I think it's time for, as our priorities reflect, because we do mention the circular economy. And so what role DTSC has in terms of supporting the circular economy through extended producer responsibility of products that have toxic chemical content, I think is very important. So I imagine that a future meeting may have a more robust debrief on the legislative session. We continue to participate in all of the activities related to Chiquita Canyon landfill, the enforcement activities, ensuring, doing what our part to ensure the safety of how the leachate that's being generated by the thermal event is managed, making sure that it's handled properly as hazardous waste, participating in community meetings. This community is very heavily impacted with odors, and it continues to be a problem. And I am glad that it continues to get the attention. I will note that Secretary Garcia visited the landfill last week firsthand to convey her concern that this continue to move forward and that the community be protected. We have talked in the past about Atlas Iron and Metal. It's a metal recycler, not a shredder, a metal recycler. It is located adjacent to, right next door to Jordan High School, in the Jordan Downs area. And it's been a source of a lot of frustration over the years. There have been projectiles that have left that facility, gone over a fence, and landed on the school property. The community has tremendous number of concerns about this. It's been the subject of litigation, including with us. And then last week there was an explosion of, or maybe it's been 2 weeks, explosion of some sort on the facility, and it coincidentally was the very first day of school. So Atlas continues to be a problem facility. We sent out a cleanup, someone from our site mitigation program to look, I think that day at the facility, see what problems they observed. And then we also have sent out inspectors to look at the site. We will continue to monitor that situation and keep you abreast of any findings based on our follow-up on the explosion. We have been mission tasked to oversee the hazardous waste removal for the Park and Borel fires. And so we have launched the map. We have dashboards available. This is the Park Fire dashboard, I believe, that shows where we are on the ground removing hazardous waste. So that property owners can see whether or not the hazardous waste, any hazardous waste on their property has been inspected and removed, and folks who are directly impacted have a way to know in real time what the status of events is. Some comings and goings. Robin Christensen has joined us as our Deputy Director for the Safer Consumer Products Program. You'll get a chance to hear a lot about that program this afternoon. And yeah, you'll get to know Robin. I'm thrilled that Robin's joining us. She's coming to us from DPH. She knows the department. She has a very, she's really formulating her vision for where the program needs to go. And I think it's aligned with what people expect of the program. I had hoped that we might be able to share some news about site mitigation and restoration. We are very close. I just want to assure everybody that this is front and center in our mind. We understand the importance of having some strong leadership there, and we'll be moving forward with this. Moving on to our priorities, I just wanted to give a few brief updates. We actually didn't change much based on the conversation at the last board meeting. And we did add one additional deliverable related to safer consumer products under the enforcement umbrella. And there is, and again, you'll hear more about this later, but SCP is really building up its compliance and enforcement capacity. And it's already off to a very good start in terms of testing, in terms of notices of deficiency, in terms of holding the manufacturers accountable to the actions that the program takes. And so we thought it was important to make sure that that was visible through the priorities, the annual priorities. We reviewed the feedback that we got not only in this meeting, but Chair Rizzo shared a few thoughts and just added some additional detail for clarity. Hopefully you found that helpful. And then the rest of the changes were pretty non-substantive. We have made some progress on the priorities, and we're close to finalizing the structure and documents for the Environmental Justice Advisory Council. The subcommittee, the BES subcommittee is taking a look at those documents, and I think it's fair to say we're still on track to announce the member solicitation in September. We released an informational sheet as described in the priorities document for track 2, the community vulnerability regulations for SB 673. And that outlined the goals of the regulations and focused on the community engagement piece. Safer consumer products, again, they're a new regulation naming a priority product is going into effect in October. That's laundry detergents containing nonylphenol ethoxylates. And that's the point at which the manufacturers will have to start their alternatives analysis process. And we have shared publicly that we do plan on addressing 1,4-dioxane in personal care and cleaning products through a workshop. Again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time because you're going to hear about that in detail. So that's my update on priorities. I can pause there if you'd like to have some discussion. Okay.
Our intent is that we would have some board discussion and public comment, and then the board needs to vote on the updated document. So with that, let me open the floor to any board comments on the updated department priorities as presented by Director Williams.
Thank you, Meredith. Very happy to hear that the Safer Consumer Products is going to have more teeth to do enforcement and compliance. Very happy to hear that. I have 2 comments / clarifying questions. First is on SB 673. You talked about, okay, the way I read the priorities is that sounds like DTSC will do community vulnerability studies at 3 different sites. So Richmond and Kettleman and Buttonwillow, and use that data to then develop the resolution or regulations.
So if I can be very
please.
precise about this.
Please.
So certainly the Kettleman and Buttonwillow decisions are directly related to permit decisions. And so the information we gather in that exercise definitely will provide some value as we finalize the regulations. But the Richmond work is being done in partnership with US EPA, and there's no specific permit requirement associated with this. So it's meeting multiple needs, and it's not fully focused on the requirements of 673. It's more, I would say, a true cumulative impacts in the way that a lot of folks think about cumulative impacts. It's broader. So we of course anticipate that it'll provide some value, but I'm not sure that that the regulations will depend on that work.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like the North Richmond work will inform the rulemaking, but not be gated for the rulemaking. Okay, great. My second question is about EJAC. We spoke about EJAC also at our last board meeting. Do you anticipate, first of all, I'm happy to see that by October, it sounds like you're going to name the council members. Do you see any risks to now finally building momentum with EJAC?
I mean, if we get good applicants and we're efficient in the decision making, and the panel gets seated, and it's not us, there's a separate, we participate, but if we can establish the membership and get everybody seated, then it's going to come down a little bit to logistics. There are a lot of mechanics involved in making sure that everybody has their Form 700s and is, that we're prepared to compensate people. And so, it's standing up a completely different entity with the department needs to support. But no, we have the calendar that we've published or that we've shared with you does anticipate all of those things. So
I'm going to put it out aspirationally that by the December board meeting, would love to have an EJAC in place and meet all the EJAC members. Thank you.
That'd be great.
Have we any further board discussion on the revised priorities document? If not, my suggestion is that we ask you to continue with your slides and go through the slides, and then afterwards we will take public comment and a board vote. I'm just sort of mixing it up a bit for continuity's sake.
That's fine. Okay. So with that in mind, again, I will be very quick in my comments on the generation and handling fee. We are in the process of clarifying some of the exemption criteria, because obviously one of the, as was just discussed, we've done a lot of work to understand why there has been a shortfall. We've identified some things. We're well along implementing things to address those changes. And I'm going to highlight a couple of those today, starting with the fact that the exemptions, First of all, we need to make sure people understand what is actually eligible to be exempted. And you know, the vision for exemptions was truly more, I would say, more emergent in the sense of, you know, illegal dumping, household hazardous waste. Obviously, we don't want to impose fees on that because we want to encourage that behavior. There's some waste that gets separated during load checking that needs to be needs to be exempted. And then of course, again, we're trying to incentivize used oil collection by certified oil collection centers. And so we want to encourage those DIY folks to get that oil to the right places. So that's an exemption that we will clarify. A lot of other exemptions that people have been assuming will not be exemptions. And so we will clarify that language and make it clear. There will be workshops about these issues. And of course, as we go through the process, people will have ample opportunity to comment. And then we'll provide some additional clarification about when waste gets manifested multiple times, how that should be managed. The exemption process, as you well know, has never been an established process for the department. We've never had, you know, people just self-exempt, and that's that. But we are putting a process in place now where we get the information that says what the basis for an exemption is, and then gives us the opportunity to review that information and make an actual determination about whether or not that is an eligible exemption. So we'll get the documentation that substantiates the exemption. All of this is being stood up. The team has a clear understanding of how this will be implemented. The reporting requirements were the subject of some discussion. It really, I think this is the old version of the slides, just for the record. And so we may want to post the new version of slides. Or maybe not. I'm sorry. That's on my end. I just can't keep up with myself. So I think we just talked about this. There are data gaps that we need to close. We need to close them from the beginning of the calendar year all the way through the fee setting process. We have this problem with the syncing up. We're doing our best to clarify the reporting requirements, get the right information in a timely fashion so that you have the certainty you need as you go through the fee setting process. But really, at the start of the calendar year, we want to make sure that we're getting the information through EVQ that from the generators about their activities, so that we have the visibility and helps us focus on where we need to give the attention. So those reporting requirements will be laid out in much more detail than they ever have been. And there'll be a lot more clarity about that as we move forward. We're also, the penalties question came up. We are evaluating penalties, and we'll continue to talk to the subcommittee about what that's going to look like, and provide additional detail as we get closer to any rulemaking associated with the penalties process as needed. All of this will be integrated into a workshop in early fall. You won't have to wait too long to dig into this further. So I'll pause there again to see if there are any additional questions. Okay. That I'll pivot into Exide. Give you a little update on some progress, talk about the national priorities list process and the Superfund listing, and talk about community engagement. We have passed 5,300 properties in terms of the residential cleanup. The parkways, I think we've nailed down almost everything with the city of Maywood, which is where the parkways cleanup will begin. And so that we expect that to begin in September, and then the other municipalities will follow on. We continue to place a very high priority on getting access agreements so that we know that we have the properties needed, or we have access to the properties that would get us to our commitment of 5,940 properties by the end of the appropriation. So we're down to less than 24 properties that we need access agreements for. So it's cause for optimism that we will be able to remediate to the expectations. The third-party monitor has been up and running for several months now, and I don't know how many of you had a chance to attend last week's public meeting on Exide, but the third-party monitor gave a report at that public meeting, community meeting, and talked a lot about their work and what they've done. They have actually conducted 1,000 inspections to date. When you do the math, when you work it out, they have folks out, their inspectors out in the field visiting multiple properties per day, gathering information. They have developed very extensive checklists that allow them to go through and know what they're looking for and document things. We've seen the reports that we receive on what they're observing, the quality and the utility of those reports has been improving steadily. And so it really helps us know what actions to take and where to focus our attention. We are getting those weekly reports, and then there are updates provided to the Exide Technologies group, the Exide Technologies Advisory Group / working group meetings on a biweekly basis. So the inspector has kind of looked at everything that they inspect and done the math on, okay, we have 50 things on that we inspect here, and we've done this many inspections, and done the math on it. And the observation was that the compliance rate in April was 98%, and then it went up in July to 98.5%. And the quote that was used was that the cleanup at the vast majority of homes is performed safely and generally according to excavation plans. And we hope gives the community the confidence they need to know that the cleanup is being performed appropriately. And there's always room for improvement. We know that. And the information we gather from the third-party monitor does allow us to look for trends and patterns and address those recurring non-compliance areas. Third-party monitor is one of their top priorities. Dr. Wells talked about this, was the need to provide more transparency around their findings. So right now, the reports are coming into DTSC. We're trying to figure out a way to make sure that those reports get certainly to the working group and the ETAG in a more timely fashion, but generally, how do we make them more available so people can understand what kind of things are happening on the ground? So that will be a point of discussion in the coming weeks and months. We share the commitment to transparency, and so we think there is opportunity there. Community engagement continues. Our working group conversations continue. We've had a couple of on-the-ground events. A combination of folks from the working group, community leaders, joined some staff and the third-party monitor to do a site tour, visit some residential properties on August 14th. I think it's fair to say that time spent on the ground is always informative when it comes to Exide. always learn a lot. We had a public meeting last week. Again, the third-party monitor presented. We also had a presentation from USCPA about the NPL listing. It was well attended and informative, and we'll continue to have those engagements. I will mention one thing that's not on the slide, which is we've talked about office hours a couple of times, and we did start those engagement opportunities where in 2 different locations, twice a week, the public can just drop in and ask questions for a certain set of hours and get their questions answered. So that's just started. We're going to monitor how well it works, whether or not people are taking advantage of it, whether we should expand it, modify it. And so that's something to keep an eye out for in the coming months. We held another quarterly retreat with US EPA to talk about the NPL listing, and I'll speak to that in a little more detail in a second. And then we are using the feedback management system. And again, the third-party monitor also monitors what comes out of the feedback management system. But we are able to get back to folks who submit things through that system within 48 hours to say, hey, we got your, not necessarily to resolve everything, but at least so that they know we're on it, we're directing their question to the right resource, and that they will get an answer. So it's very consistently within 48 hours. Moving on to the NPL listing, this is a little bit of the history. I think you're all familiar with this. Most recently, Cal EPA, US EPA requested concurrence that the state, in fact, was on board should the property become listed, should the site become listed, and Cal EPA documented that concurrence, and we do expect that listing to happen very soon. And what that entails is a listing in the Federal Register that proposes the site and then opens it for public comment. So we will keep you apprised on as that moves forward. But again, it is happening. It is moving fast. This is a reiteration of those steps. Once after the EPA responds to public comments, there's a final listing in the Federal Register, and then we would move into the characterization of the site and the cleanup process. And I want to just spend a few minutes talking about that, because I think there tends to be some confusion. I think it came up yesterday about what does this mean when the site actually gets listed. So first of all, there's the listing itself. What the EPA has done is they've gone through a process of looking at the contamination on the site in the residential areas and figured out there are multiple ways to designate, multiple reasons why you might designate a site as a Superfund site. And they look at all of those different reasons and they score them. It's a scoring rubric based on the level of contamination and how that compares to a background. And they did that for soil, they did that for groundwater, and it turns out that the site scored high for groundwater. And that is the basis for why they're suggesting it should be listed. Now, once the site is listed, it's kind of like, it's not exactly a clean slate. You're not going to throw out good data that you've gathered before, but it's a new characterization process, because now the goal of the characterization is not just this binary, should it be listed or not? It's actually, what are we going to address? How are we going to address it? And that characterization is going to be, it's a remedial investigation and a feasibility study, and then that gets performed. And that's a more detailed, shall I say, characterization. And what EPA will start at the facility and step out. They'll move out and characterize. They will characterize groundwater, but they'll also characterize soil contamination. So soil is still in the mix for remediation under Superfund. And depending on how far out they find contamination that's cause for concern, according to their 200 ppm, their recent 200 ppm lead contamination standard, which could potentially go down to 100 ppm if there are multiple sources. But all of that will be taken into account in a step out fashion. And they'll have to define their own area for the cleanup site. And so I think a lot of folks think that a listing might just confine the activity to the facility itself, and that has not been determined. EPA will manage that process. We'll continue to work very closely with them, support their efforts. We are doing a lot of work on the facility as well as the residential area, and a lot of that work is being done with the future steps of Superfund in mind. That is to say that as we gather data, are we gathering data that can meet EPA's standards and needs for any actions that might be taken under Superfund? So everything has to be compatible with the CERCLA process from here on out. That's the way we got it. So I know that's been a bit of confusing, and I'm not sure I explained it well enough so that folks understand, but I'm happy to discuss that more.
Dr. Williams, are there further elements of your leadership report? I'm thinking of just trying to sequence things so that you would finish your report and then we would turn to Georgette Gomez on the Exide matter. Yeah. Then we would ask Ryan to come up and speak about the hazardous waste management plan. Then a subcommittee would comment. And then lastly, our last item would be to take revised priorities.
I am done. So happy to answer any questions, but maybe after Gomez.
Good. Georgette, would you like to give your Exide report?
Well, yeah, I gave my Exide report yesterday, but I did wanted to just add some clarification. And that's two things that were raised by Dr. Williams, and I know that it's still an issue. And that is in relation to the third-party monitor report that gets created. It is true that they've been working extremely hard and they're definitely cranking out a bunch of reports. Those reports are still yet to be shared with the ETAC members. I know that they've been sporadically, some folks have it, some folks have not seen it. I myself, as a ETAC member and a BES member, have seen, I haven't seen any. So there seems to be a disconnect on who has access to those reports and who lacks access. So definitely clarifying that would be very, very useful, just because there seems to be a lot of work happening, and that information is not being shared yet. So and obviously a more transparent system does need to be created for sure. But minimally, at least with the board member that is the liaison on this issue, would be very helpful if we can have access to those reports. And secondly, also the ETAC members, I think that would be very useful. So I think that really needs to be resolved sooner than later. And then the other was in the conversation with EPA, and appreciate that there was a facilitation to have EPA meet with ETAC to address the issues related to the analysis of adding the site into the Superfund. One thing did come up, and it wasn't, and actually it came up during the community meeting, not in the ETAC meeting, but it came during the community meeting. And that was one of the questions was raised. And I know a lot of things are still being discussed. Nothing is set in stone. But one thing that was flagged that I took note was there was a desire for folks, specifically those that have been really working really hard and making this happen in a way that is responsive to the residents, the cleanup, meaning that DTSC has come a long way, and there are systems that have been already created, such as the third-party monitor, right? That's something new. The cleanup plan that is accessible at each site is also something new. And to if EPA takes over, that the things that have been created alongside ETAG, that those agreements, if they can be folded into what EPA takes over. I know that, what's being agreed upon is still being discussed. But it's just something to remind ourselves that there's just been so much work and so much systems that have been created by DTSC due to conversations with the community and the working group, that it would be very unfortunate if we set all of that and start from scratch with EPA, or at least the community has to start from scratch with EPA. So that's just something that was brought up. And obviously there was no commitment from EPA, but it's just something to bring up and say that to you, Dr. Williams, as conversations are occurring, to hopefully that gets carried over. That's all.
I agree that there's just been a tremendous amount of effort to be responsive to the community. We've built a good infrastructure, lines of communication, and I can't speak for US EPA, but that said, certainly we will convey our value, the value we see to all of that to them as we move through this process. And just going back again to the reports, just want to acknowledge the need for the transparency. We're very committed to that, and we'll talk particularly with Member Gomez about what that might look like for her. So.
Thank you. Brian, would you like to go next? Welcome, Ryan.
Thank you. Thanks for having me again. Always look forward to these. Today, my name is Ryan Dominguez. I'm the supervisor for the Hazardous Waste Management Plan unit. Our responsibility is to put together the hazardous waste management reports and hazardous waste management plans every 3 years. We issued our first report last November and are currently working on the plan. So today, I'm going to give a brief update on the status of the plan and talk about some of the engagement workshops that we've been doing. We've been calling it workshop season. And so I'll go into some summaries of that. First, I wanted to, again, thank all of those that have been participating in our workshops and providing us feedback really over the course of the last couple of years. This has continued on into these workshops. So far, we've hosted 2. These workshops are on focused topics that we have developed based on feedback that we've received through the course of the reporting period. Both of these workshops, the first 2 that we hosted, resulted in very good discussions and some additional follow-up that we've been able to reach out to some of the participants and talk to a bit. We've also been working with other DTSC programs and other agencies to talk through various concepts for planning, and then working with the board subcommittee as well as we move into more drafting and refining some of the recommendations that we have in a draft plan. So the information and feedback that we've been receiving from these workshops is actually helping to further hone and refine and develop recommendations. So it's been very helpful for continuing to develop plan and planning concepts. With that, I will go into our workshops. And what I wanted to do today, since we've already hosted 2, I'm going to just briefly summarize the first 2 that we talked and some of the things that we've heard, and then talk about the scope for the others. So the first one that we had was on capacity planning. The title of it was Opportunities to Harmonize Data and Use It. We saw this as kind of fitting into the data fidelity portion of the work and helping to illustrate why some databases or some data sources that might be potential for use that we've heard people ask us to explore and use. Some of them might not be good and some of them might be better. So we talked about that and talked about how which databases we've used and some of the data gaps in them. We also talked about why, I guess one example for some data sources being better than others. We explained why SB 14 reports, why we're recommending those reports for use to evaluate a source reduction rather than the toxic releases inventory or the biennial reports. And we've evaluated all three and concluded that the SB 14 reports provide the best data to try and measure source reduction. We also talked about how we're exploring development of a database for submittal of those reports. So that workshop was very helpful for us to talk about some of those, some of the research and some of the exploration that we've been doing in between the report and how we're developing a plan. In addition, we also received a few comments regarding household hazardous waste that we were able to follow up on. Based on that follow-up, we've determined that some significant research is going to be needed to really unpack the statistics that were presented to us at that workshop and then in the follow-up afterwards. So we will be getting more into that. That illustrates why this is iterative and that might work its way into a recommendation, but we're trying to understand what the issue is first. Oh, I'm gonna go back. The next workshop that we just finished, it was last Friday. It was California Waste Code updates and modifications, 611 and 181. So it was about waste codes. We had about 88 attendees, which we were very happy about. The November report identified that waste code 611 contaminated soil from site cleanups and waste code, these are California waste codes. California waste code 181, other inorganic solid hazardous wastes, have names that are unclear, vague, and it may be contributing to a misunderstanding of the waste sources. We've been working to develop a concept to recommend modifications to these two waste codes to try and clarify what the waste is and allow DTSC to better understand and track the waste. The purposes of these modifications is also related to data fidelity. How do we understand this waste stream that's coming in? There was a really good discussion and Q&A during the workshop. I think it was half hour to 45 minutes. We got a lot of questions. And then one piece of feedback that we got afterwards was asking if there would be a phase-in period because any changes to the waste codes would require a reg package. And so they were asking about what's the phase-in period? There might be other things that need to happen. For example, facilities may need to do a permit modification. So there's a few additional steps that need to go forward. And a phase-in period is something that we've been talking about internally. And so it's nice to get that piece of feedback that kind of aligns with some of our questions as well. So those were the two that we've completed. We have one coming up next week. Very excited about it. It's revisiting and reimagining pollution prevention. DTSC previously had a pollution prevention program or a P2 program. It was established in the 1980s, and that P2 program was redirected around 2013 to form the Safer Consumer Products Program. The workshop will summarize the history of the P2 program and highlight some of its successes and its challenges. It's also going to discuss potential ideas for what a future P2 program might prioritize, how it may function, and how really additional resources are needed to implement that type of program of any kind. After that, we'll have capacity planning, talking about supply and demand, so hazardous waste generation and hazardous waste management, the supply and demand of both. We're going to talk about some incinerable waste issues, the connection of hazardous waste management to Superfunds or CERCLA, talk about some permitting requirements and some issues there, and some information on lower tier permits for hazardous waste generators. Following that, we'll be teaming up with our cleanups group to talk about community considerate cleanups. It's going to be a perspective on hazardous waste generation. The purpose of the workshop is to discuss the community considerate cleanup initiative out of our cleanups group. And we've been talking and working with them throughout all of their hosting of a number of different workshops. And they're working, the C3 initiative, as we're calling it, has held several meetings with a diverse group of stakeholders to really dive deep into issues surrounding cleanups from multiple perspectives and work towards developing solutions. These meetings are almost complete, and the C3 initiative is working on creating a quick reference guide for practitioners to use during cleanup and planning, or cleanup planning and implementation. This workshop is going to allow the C3 team to discuss how they recommend adoption of a community lens during cleanup and even the planning for cleanup. So very excited about that. This next slide has an additional 5 that are a little further away. One is going to be on environmental justice. We're currently working with the Office of Environmental Equity to develop the scope. The title might change. We just started talking a week or 2 ago, and we're working through concepts. And so that one's in development. One thing that I have noted in previous presentations when I've shown the date, these slides, these have date ranges. They're not 3-day workshops. They are, we're working to hone down and nail down a specific date. Chair Rizzo will be happy about this next one, the understanding hazardous waste criteria. We were able to move that forward. And so we had the same, the great minds. We were able to do that. And we think we also, we're trying to do that because it makes much more sense to talk about the criteria and talk about what they are before diving into flashpoint determination. So the purpose of that workshop is to provide a summary of what the hazardous waste criteria are and how they were developed. This is one of the most important subjects in waste management, so we want to really hold it up as such. Hazardous waste criteria really form the basis of the program. So in other words, if you don't have hazardous waste criteria, you don't have a way to identify hazardous wastes. It's a very important subject. Next, there will be an incinerable waste workshop, talk about some of the background on the top industries that generate these types of waste and the locations of the generators, discuss potential approaches to reduction strategy, as well as barriers towards reduction. Following that, we'll have, and starting to get into November, we'll have modern landfill design, operation, and opportunities for alternative management. So within planning, DTSC is required to make recommendations for alternative management standards in the plan for some non-RCRA hazardous wastes. So as a reminder, the non-RCRA wastes are identified as hazardous in California, but not other states. So we're doing a deep dive to understand the history of the non-RCRA requirements, landfill practices from before DTSC existed, like even when liquids were still allowed to be disposed in landfills, and how landfills operate now. One observation is that the response to the landfilling practices of the past has been met with a whole of government approach that crosses numerous agencies, both state and local. These past practices resulted in significant oversight and multiple requirements for the design, operation, and location of facilities. We've received some feedback on potential waste to consider, and the one that we're looking at now is non-RCRA soil. And then the last workshop that we have would be the modernization of analytical testing methods, flashpoint determination. In one of our previous workshops, earlier this year, we received feedback that waste criteria are very complicated, and additional explanation would be needed to really understand the flashpoint determination and some of the issues that we identified in it, in the report, and some of the proposed modifications in the plan. So again, the purpose of these workshops is to share information regarding specific topics within the 4 focus areas that we've identified in the report that we're using in planning. Those are environmental justice, waste criteria, waste reduction, and capacity planning. We want to have more dialogue on these subjects that we've noted to be of interest to those that have participated in our workshops or have submitted feedback to us. And what it's doing is it's helping us collect feedback on these topic areas to help further refine goals and recommendations for the plan. Now, as you can see, we anticipate the workshops will run into mid-November. This is allowing us to space them out a little bit. It's still tight. Some of these are very dense. These issues are not simple. And so there's a lot of explanation that goes into them. And that's why we broke them out as individual subjects. There are some folks that are interested in criteria and some folks that are interested in larger concepts, waste reduction, or like specific to incinerable waste. And so we've really segmented these out and anticipating that some people will want to join some and some people want to join others. And so so far that's been, in the 2 that we've had, that's how it's been kind of working. So the additional dialogue that we've had at the workshops is allowing us to follow up and help refine our recommendations, so we can tighten those up before the draft plan is presented to the board in March of 2025. And lastly, as always, please read the report. It does form a great foundation for the information that is in planning. These aren't simple subjects. It takes a number of times to read it. There's a lot of different concepts and terms and things that all tie together in various ways. So highly recommend reading it. Our workshops, I think we're still working to get them posted to the website. We're anticipating that happening hopefully in the next week or 2. And the PowerPoints that we have for workshops that we've completed are up there, and some additional materials, and all of our previous workshops are recorded.
Thank you, Ryan. I'd like to turn to our subcommittee that's been working with you, Ingrid Brostrom and Sushma Bhatia. Ingrid?
Yeah, I don't have too much to add. The subcommittee, which is board member Bhatia and myself, along with our support staff, have been regularly meeting both internally and with the DTSC team. And so we've been going over the table of contents, to provide our recommendations, our thoughts. We're obviously talking to DTSC about how we can build in robust stakeholder engagement. We're really pleased to see this long series of workshops. I tried to catch the tail end of the last one, but unfortunately I missed it. So I am looking forward to reviewing the recording and the slideshows on them, and definitely looking forward to making the next ones. So other than that, it's been great to work with the team, and making sure that this is robust and subject to lots of engagement from the various stakeholders. Again, this document is something that the board will be ultimately adopting, and so I think this is a really unique opportunity, to work collaboratively with DTSC. They're doing the analysis and putting in all the work. But again, that this ultimately has to be something that the board agrees with and adopts. I believe it's still going to be, early next year, March. So yeah, I don't know, Board Member Bhatia, if you have anything to add.
First, I want to thank Katie, Ryan, and the broader Hazardous Waste Management Plan team for leaning into the community engagement aspect of the Hazardous Waste Management program and the plan development. The fact that you've broken out really complex topics into a series of multiple workshops with the goal of collectively increasing our knowledge around hazardous waste management plan and program is really important. And so huge thank you for doing that. Also a plug for those of you that have engaged with DTSC or with the board on topics such as environmental justice or just fees or cleanup and so on. You may have engaged with us on individual topics. The hazardous waste management plan brings everything together. So again, making a plug for you all to read the report, engage with us on the workshops and through the course of the plan development so that we collectively put out a good product in terms of the plan next year. Thank you again.
I'll just add a third plug. Our team has been attending all of the workshops that you all have put on, and we know it's a lot of effort to put on these workshops. And I wanted to compliment you on the engagement. There's been some really in-depth questions that have come up during these workshops, and your team has answered them. And we've learned a lot from attending these workshops. So I really encourage folks to look at the recordings, attend the upcoming ones. They've been really great and informative, at least for our team and the board. So thank you for all that you're doing to do the robust engagement, because we know it takes a lot to do that. So we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chair Rizzo.
Well, thank you, Ryan, for getting that workshop moved earlier in the process. Really appreciate that. And can you address how people can best prepare? Like, I don't know if there are citations of parts of, yes, it would be great if everybody read the entire report before each of those workshops, but it could be this workshop, you might want to check this part of the report out, or some way for people to prepare in advance of the workshop for the content that you'll be covering. It might make for a more robust engagement.
Sure. No, that's a great suggestion. And I can think of two ways, one now and one that we could probably do later. Now, I think if I was just coming into it, I would read section 1, 2, and 3. That's our introduction. It gives a background of DTSC and some of the history. It also talks about some key terms that will be needed throughout. Section 2 is the generation section, so that gives context of what's being generated. Could probably stop short of there's a bunch of repetitive generation quantities that add like 80 pages or something to the report itself. But I would start there and get up to that point to really understand what's going on in generation. And section 3 is about the destinations, where the waste is going. And so it talks about both manifested and unmanifested waste. So we broke it down that way. And then for the specific topics, table of contents has some of those specific topics. And so like this next one coming up is pollution prevention. Well, we wrote a lot about pollution prevention in section 6. So go to section 6 and read that for context. If somebody's interested in criteria, go to section 8. And that explains criteria. And so there's, we tried to make the workshops pop out of the topics based upon how the report was written. So one thing that we could do in the future, maybe, and I can talk to my team about it, is maybe in the meeting summary, we can add a little reference to please see sections X, X, and X in the report for some additional details.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other board discussions to be had before we go to public comment?
And one other recommendation might be before you're having these workshops, if there's previous material that you've posted or additional documents that you think would be helpful, because since it's such a robust topic, if there's suggested reading material that you post ahead of the workshop, that might help the discussion and narrative also.
That's one thing that, oh, I'm sorry, one thing that we did for the last one was we had a little supplemental sheet that gave a summary of the waste code changes, and we found that to be very helpful to help point people to and prime them on. So we can do more of that, I think.
Very well, thank you. Evelyn, as our board clerk, I'm going to suggest you now take public comment on the entirety of Director Williams' report and Ryan Dominguez's report that followed.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I will now open the floor for public comment on items for the DTSC leadership report, including the revised DTSC fiscal year 2024-25 priorities, the X-side update, the hazardous waste management plan update, including the subcommittee reports. So I will begin with participants in person, sorry, on Zoom, trying to mix it up a little bit, take turns. On Zoom, if you would please raise your virtual hands or press *9 on your phone if you would like to comment on any of these items. Just as a reminder, the board will be voting on the revised priorities following public comment. I don't see any right now, so I'll scan the room. Would anyone like to participate or make a comment on any of these items? Quickly scanning, there are no hands raised. And for our interpreters, are there any Spanish comments on the Spanish line for agenda item number 4? Thank you, Aldo. And both interpreters have confirmed no Spanish comments on the Spanish line. This is the last call for Zoom participants. I still don't see any hands. So with that, I will close public comment for agenda item number 4.
Thank you, Evelyn. May I please have a motion to approve the revised DTSC FY 2024 and 2025 priorities?
I so move.
And may I please have a second? Seconded by Member Brostrom. Do we have any discussion, abstentions, or amendments? None.
I'd just
Evelyn?
like to, my only comment is to thank Director Williams for hearing the comments and when the priorities were proposed, making the adjustments and reporting them out, and also Ryan's responsiveness. I think it's been a great dialogue today, so thank you both.
Indeed, I think we echo that. Evelyn, would you please call the vote?
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Sushma Bhatia,
Yes.
Ingrid Brostrom,
Yes.
Georgette Gomez,
Yes.
Jeannie Rizzo.
Yes.
Thank you, Alexis Strauss-Hacker.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you, members. That is a unanimous approval for the revised DTSC fiscal year 24-25 priorities. And so folks know that this document can be found on our website under materials for today's meeting. And the board will be referring to this document as they prepare for the department's 24-25 evaluation to be released at the end of the next, at the end of this fiscal year on June 30th, somewhere at the end of the fiscal year. So it will guide the board's engagement with the department to increase transparency and accountability throughout the whole year. Back to you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to propose that we take just over a 10-minute break and return. By the time we come back, it'll be almost 18 minutes. So let's return at 12:10. And I believe our first, we will establish a quorum and then we will turn to public forum. So for those of you who've been with us this morning, thank you so very much for your participation. And for those who are joining us this afternoon for public comment and safer consumer products, we'll see you at 12:10.
Sorry, participants, I just wanted to make a quick note. When we return from break, we will go right into public forum. If you would like to comment in person, please submit a comment card if you have not already done so to myself, Courtney, or Sheena, and to ensure that you are called on. So the time is now 11:54. We will return in about 18 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. It is now 12:10. Evelyn, do we have a quorum?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We maintain quorum by having, well, I don't see Jeannie. I see 4 members present, and members Brostrom and Gomez are participating remotely. I will note when Jeannie Rizzo comes back into view.
Well, thank you. Let's move to agenda item 5, public forum. As at every meeting, we invite all our participants to comment on items that are not on the agenda for the board's future consideration. Turning it to you, Evelyn.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I would like to note for folks that haven't submitted a comment card, please submit to myself or to my colleague Courtney here. I will now open the floor for public comment for items not on the agenda. And we have allotted 30 minutes for today's public forum. Thank you to those who completed the sign up form in advance. For those that were unable to sign up prior to the cutoff, please complete a comment card, which is located at the registration desk and again up here at the board clerk desk. And we will call up the sign up list first, then the comment cards in the order that they were received. To start, for Zoom participants, may I please get a show of hands of how many of you wish to comment? And I'll pause for a second just to see if any hands come up so I can count them. Okay, seeing none, I will call on the Spanish interpreters. Leticia and Aldo, please ask Spanish participants if any of them plan to make a comment during public forum. That way I can maintain a head count. So I'll begin with the sign up list. So we have 4 folks that signed up online. I see Hyman now, but I will call on the list from the very first sign up. I see John Botorf, who planned to comment on Zoom from cleanearthforkids.org. Is John Botorf online? I don't see his name, so I'll go on with the list. Suzanne Hume, just calling on their name just in case they are under another name. And I do see Jeannie Rizzo joined us at 12:13 p.m. Okay, I do see Jaime Sanchez. Jaime, please accept our request to unmute if you'd like to comment now for public forum items not on the agenda. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation. Jaime Sanchez. And if you're having trouble unmuting, please give one of us a call or share if you're having trouble in the Q&A function. I did note that you wanted to participate via phone. So I'll give Jaime a chance to unmute, but for the 4th person that signed up online, I see Logan Hansen. Just to double check, I see Logan Hansen online. I don't see them online right now, but I'll try to come back. Maybe they're hopping back on after the break. So I'll do a quick scan for hands in person. Are there any in-person participants that like to comment on items not on the agenda? Seeing none. Can I get a confirmation from Spanish interpreters if there are any Spanish comments? Okay, thank you so much, Aldo, for that confirmation. And just a quick note, please, I want to state that a full quorum is maintained with all members present. I'll turn back to the online signups. Jaime Sanchez, are you able to unmute? Okay, I'll call again John Botorf from our Spanish sign up. Still not seeing him in the participant list. Suzanne Hume. I'm still not seeing them online. And Logan Hansen. Also still not online. Okay. So I'd like to just note, I do hope that we get to hear from you all at some point. If you're not able to participate here, we are always open to receive your comments via email at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. I will do just one last call for in-person comments for Zoom participants. Seeing none, but I will conclude this public comment period for public forum, and I will now turn it back to Vice Chair Hack.
Thank you, Evelyn. I appreciate your efforts to connect with those who had wished to speak. After our next agenda item, item 6 on the safer consumer products, which will be approximately an hour, I'll check in with you if you've heard from any of those 4 persons who had intended to comment and see if we want or able to take their comments at that time. I'd like to welcome the newly appointed Deputy Director for the Safer Consumer Products Program, Robin Christensen. Welcome. We're delighted you could join us today, and we invite you to launch this item.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the board, for having me here today. I was asked to give a little bit of background about myself as well as my vision for the program, and I'm happy to do so. I appreciate the opportunity. So for my background is in public health. I was drawn to public health first off as a younger person because I felt a profound indignation that our health and our well-being was too often driven by our address, our opportunities, and our environment. I went on to earn my Master's of Science in Public Health, where I studied how social structures, including institutional systems and systemic racism and discrimination, can lead to negative health outcomes. My studies bridged social sciences as well as human health outcomes. This was very helpful in then joining Biomonitoring California in 2009. Biomonitoring California, also known as the California Environmental Contaminant Biomonitoring Program, was started as a part of a landmark legislation to look at the effects of environmental contaminants in our bodies. I joined the program at a key point in time when we were expanding from a state-funded program that was small and growing into a program that received additional funds from our federal government, our federal partners, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. I stayed with Biomonitoring California for well over 10 years, transitioning first from a staff position into leadership. I was deeply involved in our strategic planning, our prioritization, our resource allocation, and our growth. I was also deeply involved in our eventual expansion into statewide biomonitoring with the California Regional Exposure Study, or the CARE study. In 2020, I took a promotion within the Department of Public Health, starting the new Substance and Addiction Prevention branch. And in my time there, we doubled the size of our team, we increased the pace of our work, we expanded our scope, and we established a reputation for excellence, all within the span of 4 years while working through a pandemic. And I share this with you because it is a little bit about myself, but it's also to foreshadow for you what you can expect from me and my leadership leading the Safer Consumer Products Program. Before starting my role here, I wanted to confirm that I was a good fit for this job. And I also wanted to see that this job was going to be the right fit for me. And so in doing so, I reviewed a lot of materials available on the website. I dove in head first. I watched the prior legislative oversight hearing. I watched a prior board meeting. I watched the Green Ribbon Science Panel member meetings, and I dove in head first into CalSafer, reading through many public comments, trying to get a feel for what the role was really like on a day-to-day basis. And this is now my 25th day on the job. So my primary goals so far have been focused on gaining the knowledge that can only come from being inside the program. I've been getting to know our Safer Consumer Products team. I've been listening to them and hearing their thoughts about what are our strengths, what are our challenges, and what are the opportunities that they've already started to identify. I've started to examine our processes, internal and how we're engaging with external partners, trying to understand and learn about why we've made the decisions that we've made to get to where we are today. And I've been working to come up to speed on many of our active projects, including participating in 2 workshops already within the span of time I've been here. Moving forward, I'm hoping to focus on revisiting strategic planning and the strategic planning process with the SCP team, as well as engaging internal and external partners and interested parties. We'll be drafting priorities and our key performance indicators, our metrics. I'll be drafting those in partnership with our team and our leadership. So today I can't tell you our specific objectives or specific key performance indicators, but directionally I can tell you about our vision, my vision for this program. My North Star for safer consumer products can be summed up as strategic and meaningful impact. We do have a clear directive now to accelerate the pace of our work, but that's possible only if we're strategic and we focus in on prioritizing our efforts where we can make the strongest impact. That means streamlining, that means finding efficiencies, and that does mean making some difficult choices. I also want to carve out more time for communication and for telling our story to the world. I know that upstream primary prevention works, and I believe that most people in the audience today also understand that primary prevention works. It is also one of the most difficult things to quantify and to demonstrate our impact. In public health, we called this measuring the counterfactual, and I want to put a lot of effort and time into figuring out how we can do that best for SCP. And I will be intentionally leaning into engagement, both with our current engaged parties, but also with new interested parties. I also see this as a way in which we can ensure that our environmental justice efforts are meaningful, not just to us, but to the communities that we serve. Finally, and this is less about my vision for the program, I will be spending a great deal of time working with the program and helping them through any organizational change that's coming up on the horizon. I'm not here to clean house. I'm not here to overhaul anything. My first 25 days on the job have made really clear to me that SCP has a very strong foundation. This program was designed to be scientifically rigorous, diligent, and systematic. And the team is passionate, committed, and incredibly bright. But we are going to be experiencing some growing pains. The same systems that worked for our program when it was smaller are not going to take us to the next level. And I know that we'll get there. We will get there, moving at a faster, more productive, more efficient pace, driving towards impact and leveraging key partnerships for the greater good of the health and the environment. And the reason why I have confidence that we will do that is because of our team and the work that they have already done to advance the program. I'm really fortunate to be joining a team of leaders ready to take the next step. And I'm grateful in particular to the leadership of Andre Algazi, Nancy Alstrom, and Jen Jackson, who have helped to keep this ship moving forward for the past 7 months after the retirement of Carl Palmer. Now I'm going to be turning it over to Andre, who will be providing some updates on that tremendous progress that the team has made.
Thank you so much, Robin, and welcome. Andre, we look forward to your presentation.
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to talk to you again. I've had the pleasure of speaking to you in smaller groups over the summer about our program. And so today I would like to I'll apologize in advance. There will be some repetition of some of the information I provided, but I think it's useful in providing context for looking ahead at where our program's going under our new work plan. So let me start with somebody advance the slide, please. It's not doing it. So I'll do a very brief reminder of our program framework, a little program overview, talk about things that we've already done to date, regulating product chemical combinations, and then transition into things that are going on right now, current activities. There's some overlap between those because even our first priority products that we first proposed back in 2014 are still in play, as I will talk about. And then, and so I'll talk about our current activities in several program areas, evaluating new chemicals and products for future regulation, our alternatives analysis, and specifically the one that's active right now is 6-PBD in tires, our regulatory response work, and then kind of overarching compliance and enforcement work that we're doing right now. And then the final topic I would like to cover with you all is our 2024 to 2026 priority product work plan. It's our most ambitious work plan to date. And so I'm excited to tell you about what's in there. So let me try this. And if not, I'm just going to be calling out next. That worked. Thank you. So this chart you've, I think, seen before, most of you. This is our 4-step process. It starts with our candidate chemicals list, which is a compilation of 23 authoritative lists of chemicals that have been compiled by various bodies around the world for various reasons. And about 15 of those 23 are hazard trait lists, so PBTs, carcinogens, things with specific hazard traits and endpoints. And then the other 8 are what we call exposure potential lists. That makes the menu of chemicals that we can choose from for regulating priority products with a chemical of concern. So those candidate chemicals become a chemical of concern when we name a consumer product and regulate it. So that process, the second bar, horizontal bar, is priority product listing. This is within the context of our work plan that I'll be talking about. So we identify product categories that we intend to evaluate over a 3-year period and identify specific products with specific candidate chemicals as priority products and adopt a regulation adding it to the list. And that is a big part of what we've been doing over the past 10, 11 years. That triggers the alternatives analysis process. And some of our first priority products have gone into that process. And it's a 2-stage, very rigorous analysis of potentially safer alternatives, what the trade-offs are, and whether indeed there is a safer alternative. And then finally, regulatory response. We have a menu of 6 options we can choose from that are spelled out in the framework. And they really are intended to be related directly to the findings of the alternatives analysis report. So that is the regulatory framework in a nutshell. So let me just let's take a look back at our priority product listings to date. So these are the first 3 priority products that we identified. We proposed these in the first year of the program. And it's hard to believe, but we're actually approaching the 11th anniversary of SCP now. That'll be October. Actually, it was in April the program was created, and October the regulations took effect. So the first 3 priority products were these: children's foam padded sleeping products with 2 organophosphate flame retardants, TDCPP and TCEP, spray polyurethane foam systems with methylene diphenyl diisocyanate, and paint strippers containing methylene chloride. The next 2 priority products, which we proposed in or around 2017 to 2019, were both related to PFASs, and they were carpets and rugs with PFASs and treatment products for converted textiles and leathers. Those are converted textiles and leathers was a term I didn't know, but it refers to things made from textiles and leathers, such as upholstered furniture or clothing or shoes or things like that. So these 2 took effect in 2021 and 2022, respectively. We really kind of leveraged the work we did on carpets to do the treatments priority product. We also had a third PFAS-related product, which was PFASs in plant fiber-based food packaging. However, when the legislature took action to ban those products, then we stopped working on our regulatory listing and instead just posted our findings on our website. So in 2023 and 2024, we added some additional priority products. So we started the process of adding some additional priority products to our lists. And these were nail products with toluene, tires with 6-PPD, which is anti-ozonant. And as I think we've talked about before, lethal specifically to coho salmon, but also toxic to other salmonid species. And laundry detergents with nonylphenol ethoxylates. So these took effect in 2024. 2023, 2024 timeframe. And I'll talk a little bit more about these. So newest priority product, which was adopted in just last month, was laundry detergents with nonylphenol ethoxylates. And these are in certain laundry detergents, I think mostly industrial and institutional detergents. They break down to another chemical, nonylphenol, in wastewater plants, which is toxic to aquatic organisms. The main people who are using and releasing these chemicals from laundry detergents are institutional laundry facilities, on-premises laundry facilities like those in hotels and hospitals, and they discharge up to 2 million pounds of this chemical to wastewater per year. The regulations were adopted in July. They actually take effect on October 1st. So that will start the clock for the manufacturers to submit alternatives. Let's see, it's called a priority product notification, and then we'll start the process from there. This is actually a typo. We have 3 public comment periods open, and Robin just mentioned that she's already had the opportunity to speak at 2 public workshops. We have a 3rd one actually coming up on the 10th of September, which will be for nail products with triphenyl phosphate. Nail products has been an area that we've put a lot of energy and resources into in the category of personal care products. And there are a variety of reasons for that. There are some pretty clear hazards to some of the chemicals used in nail products. The exposure routes are pretty clear, and the population who are exposed are often salon workers who tend to be of Vietnamese descent. They tend to be women of childbearing age. And so we see it as an environmental justice issue, this chemical exposure. So that one I think I may have it on another slide, but I forgot to include it. There are actually 3 comment periods open. The other one is personal care and cleaning products with 1,4-dioxane, which is an unintended byproduct that is in certain types of cleaning products and personal care products that have ethoxylated surfactants in them. It's a carcinogen, and it's also a drinking water contaminant. And it's especially of concern in areas of the state where they're exploring or going to implement potable reuse, where there's no dilution. And so essentially this chemical is not readily removed by wastewater treatment, and it's already present in the environment. So we're trying to control this additional loading of 1,4-dioxane from these consumer products. And then the workshop we just had 2 days ago was on artificial turf, and we're looking at a variety of chemicals that are found in artificial turf, including PFASs. So we had a very sort of lively discussion at our workshop on Tuesday. There were a lot of very passionate people who spoke. And we expect to be announcing some additional, some specific chemical focuses for artificial turf in the coming couple of months. So this is another product that we put a lot of effort and time into evaluating, which was hair straightening products with formaldehyde, hair straighteners and relaxers. Formaldehyde is obviously a carcinogen, and these products are used by people of color. They're used in salons all day long sometimes. So we were very concerned about the potential adverse impacts from these hair straightening products. However, there's been legislation that banned these products. So similar to the food packaging, plant fiber-based food packaging with PFASs, we stopped work on the regulatory aspect, but we have posted our findings on our website so that interested parties can see what we found and understand the issues and the potential adverse impacts that can result from use of these products. So another kind of a new sort of effort for our Safer Consumer Products program is actually augmenting our candidate chemicals list. And as I mentioned at the beginning, to date, the menu of chemicals that we can regulate as chemicals of concern is codified in our framework regulations that were finalized in 2013. So those lists do change. The authoritative bodies add chemicals from time to time, or remove chemicals occasionally, or maybe move them from, for example, probable to likely carcinogen or something like that. So we do have a curated list of chemicals that are on that list. But what we're doing now is actually working toward adding chemicals independently of these other authoritative bodies. So we will be the authoritative body essentially for adding these additional chemicals. So the ones that are in the currently in the pipeline right now are PPD derivatives. These are members of the same class, that is 6-PPD, the anti-ozonate used in tires. And we're concerned about the potential substitution of other PPDs for 6-PPD because the anti-ozonate function is really crucial for tires to actually work and be safe. So we want to make sure that if manufacturers, and I think they are contemplating other PPDs, that if they do that, that we get an alternatives analysis. So essentially, if you switch to something that's not on our candidate list, then you're not in the realm of our regulatory framework anymore, which means no alternatives analysis. The second one is microplastics. We've actually workshopped this last summer, and we're kind of looking to add microplastics as a chemical, if you like, or a chemical class to our candidate chemicals list. We're taking the drinking water definition from the State Water Resources Control Board and removing the minimum size criteria. So we would include in this definition both micro and nanoplastics. We've already gone through external scientific review on that one. I think we're finalizing technical developments and documents, and we're hoping to go to rulemaking later this year. So I wanted to talk a bit about alternatives analysis. So the one that's really active right now is the alternatives analysis for 6-PPD in tires. And just in case you don't remember, or maybe didn't know, when we say a responsible entity, that includes, in addition to the manufacturers of the priority product, it can also include people who import it into the state or retailers. So there are 82 responsible entities. We got, I don't have to read the numbers. We've got nearly over 80 priority product notifications. And because manufacturers can form consortia and submit an alternatives analysis as a group, we didn't get 84 alternatives analyses that were unique. We got 15 unique ones submitted by either individual manufacturers or consortia. We did turn them around within the 60-day timeframe that's required, and we've issued some notices of deficiency for many of them, notices of non-compliance for others, and we are preparing to issue notices of compliance for 2 of them, and one of them is the biggest consortium, which is led by the U.S. Tire Manufacturing Association. So this is the next sort of step in our process, regulatory response, the fourth of the 4-step process. And we have work ongoing on the regulatory response for spray polyurethane foam systems with methylene diphenyl diisocyanates. This was sort of paused during some litigation that was since resolved. And we've been working hard, meeting with the manufacturers, the responsible entities to put into a place a 3-part or 3 regulatory responses for this priority product. One is product labeling, another is worker training, and another is green chemistry and engineering. We've had a lot of regular meetings with industry on this, and we have a very, very draft notice of final determination. So that work is still ongoing. So once a priority product is listed and that triggers requirements for manufacturers to notify us if they sell the product into the California market. So if they sell, for example, a nail product with toluene into the California market, and it contains toluene, whether or not it's above or below the threshold that we set called the alternatives analysis threshold, they're required to submit a notification and data. So it's either a priority product, a priority product notification is required for everybody, an alternatives analysis threshold notification if its concentration is below the threshold, and the full-on first stage preliminary alternatives analysis if it's above. So we only received, I think, something like 5 notifications for nail products with toluene. We've been testing these products, and we purchased over 200 products. I think I'm talking about the wrong slide here. I'm sorry. So yeah, the compliance testing, we purchased a bunch of carpets, and we're doing total fluorine by combustion ion chromatography. And most of the products are well below 100 ppm, which we think is the level that's indicative of intentionally added, because below that level of fluorine, it's not likely that the that it was treated with something that would be effective at actually repelling stains, water, oil, and things like that. We have issued and resolved a notice of noncompliance, and we'll be issuing a final report of our testing in at the end of the summer, which is coming up, right? We're almost less than a month to go in the summer, so hopefully that time frame. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. The toluene, we only got 5 notifications and 2 alternatives analysis threshold notifications. We think there are a lot more products out there that contain toluene, people that didn't know or chose not to comply. We've purchased 500 plus products, nail products that are covered by the priority product listing. And our lab is making great progress on analyzing these. And we're expecting also to put out our preliminary results in a report late this summer. And then the third sort of category that we've been doing compliance testing on is treatments for converted textiles or leathers. We got 28 priority product notifications, and then pretty much all of those manufacturers said they were either removing the product or replacing the chemical. However, you know, we still feel, and we're going to verify that by doing compliance testing. We purchased over 200 of these products, and again, hoping to have the lab report out by late this summer. All right, so I'm going to shift gears now to look ahead at the next 3 or 2.25 years, because we're already pretty well along in 2024. We released our draft priority product work plan in May. We had a virtual public workshop actually last month. The public comment period is now closed. We got a lot of public comments, over 40. We've been digesting them, and we're finalizing this document. I don't expect the product categories to change. We may make some editorial content changes in the document, but I think what I'm going to tell you about will be in essentially what's in the final work plan. So again, this kind of lays out a course for the next 3 years. And I wanted to kind of run through the product categories that are included. Some of them have been carried over from prior work plans, and that includes beauty, personal care, and hygiene products. We have some ongoing work. A lot of the things we talked about, nail products and hair straighteners, fall within that category. We've also been looking at, for example, leave-on personal care products, children's personal care products, things like that. So we have a lot of work ongoing in this product category. The next one is building products and materials used in construction and renovation. This includes artificial turf. That's why you're seeing this particular slide. And as I mentioned earlier, we have a number of chemicals that we've evaluated, and we'll be announcing maybe some specific things later this summer. Third carried over category, cleaning products. Again, this one has been a rich source of potential priority products, and we still have some of the things I've talked about are still ongoing in this product category. Children's products, we haven't announced any priority products yet, but we've been working and evaluating children's products, both within our team and in partnership with some colleagues at the University of Michigan doing some exposure modeling work. And we expect to be announcing some preliminary findings in a background document on this this year. So this is ongoing work, and we're carrying the product category over. So the next category is a new one, and I kind of should have started by saying we've kind of, in past work plans, we've had 6 or 7 product categories that we've identified and provided our rationale and et cetera. This time we have, I think, 13. 6 of them we've grouped as under evaluation, and the other 7 intended for evaluation. So the difference is the ones intended for evaluation we will start work on, but don't expect to propose priority product regulation during the 3-year period covered by the work plan. So this is a new one, but the reason why I'm talking about it now is because it's already under evaluation, and that's paints. And paints can contain a variety of candidate chemicals. They can generate microplastics. Some of them contain PFASs. So we are starting evaluation of this product category. Another one, in anticipation of that listing of microplastics as a candidate chemical, is we've already started looking at excuse me, products that contain or generate microplastics. So contain would be what they would call a primary microplastic, and generate would be maybe things like paint or packaging that break down to produce microplastics. That's another new product category. Another one that I think this one is actually under intended for evaluation. We had motor vehicle tires in our work plan over the last at least 1 or 2 work plans. because we previously granted a petition to evaluate zinc in tires, and then we've been working on 6-PPD in tires. This is an expanded product category that encompasses parts, accessories, maintenance and repairs materials. This is one of those intended for evaluation. We don't have anything queued up that we expect will make it across the priority product finish line before the end of 2026. Another one of the new product categories that is in the intended for evaluation group is electronics, and there are a lot of candidate chemicals in electronics, including, again, PFASs. We've expanded our former food packaging category to food contact articles. So this could include not just packaging, but things like cookware or processing equipment. Again, we may start work on this, but don't expect to have a priority product before 2026 ends. This product category came out of some work done by one of our interns, which was looking at environmental justice impacts of metal plating and finishing facilities. This is a new product category that's in the under evaluation group, which is products used or produced by metal plating and finishing facilities. So it includes not only things that they would produce and sell, but also things like plating bath solutions, mist suppressants, solvents, reagents, things that might be used at that facility. So this is a different way of thinking about a product category. And I think I'm getting to the last two new product categories intended for evaluation: sporting and athletic equipment. And that includes things like mats and balls and things that have really close contact with the skin that people are using, and pet care products. Rationale for all of these is in our draft priority product work plan, which is on our website. And obviously, we're happy to talk about any and all of them. I wanted to point you to our Safer Consumer Products timeline. This is something that we initiated a couple of years back because we weren't doing as good a job as we could communicating all the different sort of irons in the fire that we have, all the different products that we're evaluating, the alternatives analyses, the rulemaking projects, things like that. The timeline allows people to sort by what they're interested in, whether it's particular chemical or chemical class or a particular product category, or if, for example, you wanted to know what public workshops or documents we plan to release during a particular timeframe, you can filter by the type of milestone or activity. So the priority product work plan is curated. We update it quarterly. It was just updated at the beginning of August, so it's pretty current right now. And I think it's a great way to kind of keep tabs on what Safer Consumer Products is up to between announcements, between public events, and things like that. So that's in a nutshell. I guess I should touch on also Senate Bill 502, which is an important piece of legislation that has given us some additional authority to, for example, rely on existing publicly available studies to potentially go to regulatory response without the alternatives analysis process that is spelled out in our framework. We are working on some regulations right now to sort of connect the dots between steps 2 and 4 of our process. So that is something that is ongoing right now. And as well, our new work plan that I just told you about incorporates some of the additional required elements that were added by Senate Bill 502 that we were to include, such as chemicals we're interested in each product category, and estimated timelines. And rather than try to put in a timeline that would become out of date pretty quickly and have it be the only sort of indication of what we intend to work on over a 3-year period, we are using the Safer Consumer Products timeline that I just showed you that's curated quarterly. So instead of once every 3 years, you get 12 times in 3 years updated. So that's what I have for you. Happy to, I don't know if it's a Q&A or discussion, but I'm happy to entertain any questions, as I'm sure Rob is too. So thanks so much for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Andre and Robin. We have board discussion followed by public comment. Let me open it up for board discussion first.
Thank you, Robin and Andre. Thank you. I have 2 comments and then a question. My first comment is, Robin, your North Star of strategic and measurable impact critically relies on a foundation of metrics. Ingrid and I are both on the metrics subcommittee, and we've been doing a deep dive on the hazardous waste management program. When you're ready, we would love to do the same with Safer Consumer Products program and really establish a strong foundation for how do we benchmark our progress. So that's my first comment. My second comment is I loved your framing on DTSC serving as the authoritative body for adding chemicals to the candidate list versus relying on other research reports and so on. We've, in the context of hazardous waste management plans, spoken about how we would like to have California be a leader in hazardous waste management, but similarly, we would love to have California be a leader in precautionary approaches and toxics reduction overall. So this is a step in the right direction. Thank you. Now for my question, how do you engage with third-party certification bodies to drive the adoption of these safe alternatives?
Well, that's interesting. So we do a lot of engagement during our regulatory and pre-regulatory process to kind of understand what alternatives are out there. With regard to the regulatory response specifically that that's included for spray polyurethane foam, and like how do we I guess I don't know that we're engaging directly with third-party certification bodies. Maybe that's a suggestion. We are, so the way the framework sort of is set up is that the manufacturer is responsible for identifying an alternative that meets the functional and requirements and is economically and technically feasible. So that is kind of the way the framework was set up and negotiated. So it is, however, vetted publicly. So within that framework, we do a very sort of rigorous review of what they've submitted, and we can and do ask them to do additional work to flesh it out. But having said that, we don't compel the manufacturers to consider a particular alternative. We are contemplating something called the Pearl, which I don't know if it's really talked about publicly yet, which is called the Partners, or maybe the name will change. But the idea is that people who are willing to submit data on a potential alternative and share it publicly would have some recognition, and that would be something that we would expect a manufacturer to consider in evaluating alternatives rather than saying there's nothing and throwing up their hands. So don't know if that's exactly to your question, but.
I think I see the Safer Consumer program as a market moving program, right? And when you're moving a market, there's an opportunity to influence both the supply side and the demand side. You're focusing on the supply side and moving them towards the safer alternatives. Wouldn't it be great to also figure out a way to influence the demand side so that eventually the transition to safe alternatives moves more quickly?
I hope we can talk more about that alternatives recognition thing, whatever the final name ends up being, at maybe a future venue. But another thing I did want to say is that we do invite people with innovative solutions to, for example, our public meetings and public workshops. And we did that for nail products. We've done that for tires, actually people looking at zinc in tires, alternatives to zinc, using less zinc. In that way, we do try to sort of at least shine a light on people who have alternative solutions to whatever the function of the chemical of concern is. So.
Great, thank you. Maybe this is a potential action for us to follow up on as a board. Thank you.
Captured that. I'd like to turn first to Chair Rizzo and then to Board Member Brostrom.
Well, thank you and welcome to our new head of the Safer Consumer Products program. And Andre, wonderful to hear from you. This particular program, I think many of you know, is near and dear to my heart, having been involved quite a long time ago when Breast Cancer Prevention Partners was engaged in advocating for the legislation that created the program. Seeing it in its fulsomeness is really is very rewarding. You've taken it the next step up, I will say. And so very excited about that. One of my comments was very much comporting with Member Bhatia around one engagement of whether it's businesses or third-party certifiers, that the NGO world has relied on in the absence of an authoritative body like you're setting safer consumer products up to be. So I think there's an opportunity to bring in some of the businesses that are trying to do this, as well as groups that have been evaluating the product. So would really look forward to the outreach that would bring them to the table and have them participate in this. Because at the end of the day, and then also motivating the nonprofit sector in terms of consumer demand. So I think you have to have both. If the consumers understand better what not to buy and they demand the right stuff, it can only enhance your program. But I'm thrilled with the work and the progress and commend you for that and really look forward to watching it grow. So it's really an accolade comment. Thank you.
Ingrid?
Thank you. So one a more specific question and then one more kind of a bigger scale question. So first question is, I saw in the slides that there was some discussion about non-compliance and, you know, maybe lack of response or maybe the response didn't fulfill the requirements. Are there penalties or for non-compliance or other repercussions that DTSC uses in order to, you know, increase both the quality and the response rate? So that's the first question. And then the second one is more in terms of the vision of the program. You know, I think we're seeing a trajectory from, you know, being like very limited in terms of being very specific with both the product and the chemical, to moving, you know, to broader categories, either, you know, product wide or chemical wise. I'm just wanting to see like your comments on, you know, whether that trajectory is intentional. Because I mean, one of the problems or issues that we've heard about this program is how long it takes, you know, for things to get listed. And then if they're very limited, then it'll have a smaller impact. So just, you know, wanting some comment on, you know, kind of plans to maybe broaden out or try to capture, you know, either more products or chemicals in each of these processes. So thank you.
All right, I'm gonna try to respond, and Andre is going to jump in case I misstate anything. So bear with me here. Okay. So the first question had to do with compliance. So as you know from Director Williams's priorities, we are prioritizing building out and expanding our compliance and enforcement activities. Yes, we do have the ability to have enforcement. The specific thing that I think you were calling back to, however, was about reporting in the priority product notifications. And that's a much more difficult element to be able to have a compliance or enforcement mechanism. And one of the things that we are learning through this process of priority product notifications is, as Andre mentioned, if people don't know about this, how are they supposed to be providing a priority product notification? So initially, it's going to be incumbent upon us to improve that strategy in terms of making people aware of the PPNs, the priority product notification. So I'm going to put a pin in that, and then hopefully when we return in the future to update on the director's priorities, we will be able to share out more information on compliance and enforcement piece within SCP. The second component here about the product chemical and the categorization approach. Yes, that's absolutely an intentional approach that the program has taken, but I also want to mention this is a strategic approach. We are looking at the classes in terms of how we can prevent some of the unintentional adverse consequences of banning one chemical and then hopping to the next. It's this game of whack-a-mole, and we're trying to avoid that both for ourselves and for others in the state who will be buying a product and then finding out it has a regrettable substitution in the next version of the product that comes out. So yes, this is an intentional direction. I will have to look to Andre to expand as to whether this is something that we are currently having on our radar for the near future, but it is something that we'll be talking about in our strategic planning process.
So, yeah, in fact, thanks for the question, Member Brostrom. So the thing is, with the kind of the broader approach, a recent example is our 1,4-dioxane priority product profile that we just issued, which actually we internally have called it a mega profile. And what we mean by that is that it can actually encompass multiple priority products. So in the past, we might have done one of these sort of technical documents for a more narrowly focused specific consumer product. But given the occurrence of this chemical in a wider range of cleaning and personal care products, we kind of wrote it a little more broadly, and we do already have a couple of specific products that are in our back pocket that we'll start with, which I think we kind of spilled the beans at the workshop, which are hand dish soap and body washes, if I'm not shampoos, not body washes, sorry. So we are trying to leverage our work to do more products with the same amount of work. And also, we have some other product chemical combinations that we've identified that are maybe more clear cut and require less sort of a deep dive to make the case that there's potential for exposure and adverse impact, so that we can actually get to regulation more quickly. So we're doing both of those, finding things that are more of a clear cut, meeting the regulatory criteria, and defining things more broadly so that we can potentially get to more than one specific product.
Georgette.
Yeah, I also want to thank the presenters and your presentation and overall the thinking behind this. I think this was pretty thorough, and I also appreciate the incorporation of engagement. I think it's more than what we had before. But the question that I have is more in precaution. Like, how does it get embedded into this, if at all?
So I'll talk first, and then Robin may want to augment or correct something I say. So in our regulatory framework, the threshold for us to actually regulate something is quite low. We only have to find two things. One, that there's potential for exposure to the chemical of concern in the priority product. We don't actually have to find that there necessarily always is exposure, but that the potential exists for exposure. And then the second piece is that there's potential for that exposure to contribute to or cause significant or widespread adverse impact. So both of those two parts of our what are called the key prioritization principles are, the bar is potential. So we're able to be very precautionary. So the flip side of that is we want to make sure that we're not being so precautionary that we end up, there's an opportunity cost to doing one product. We want to make sure that we're doing something that's meaningful. So that's kind of another lens we look through. Like if we think we're going to meaningfully enhance protection of public health and the environment, we don't only have to meet those low thresholds. So that's kind of how the precautionary approach is sort of built into our framework. And there's always that kind of tension, I suppose, between meaningful and meeting the threshold. But I think I feel pretty good so far about that. We've threaded the needle pretty well.
Okay. Quick question. It takes me back. I had spent a few hours in a customs warehouse in Port of LA and Port of Long Beach and noticed the extraordinary variety of goods that come in for import. And there were things, as the FDA, for example, was scanning children's toys and teacups for lead and getting hits on all of them. I'm struck by the difficulty that one has in gathering data and controlling what contaminants may come in imports while we are more successful in reaching the US manufacturing sector. Do you have a means of reaching goods that are imported or reaching to export community? I don't mean to confuse things. I mean goods that are brought into this country.
Sure. We actually do. Thanks for the question, Vice Chair Hacker. So we actually, Sprouse Hacker, sorry. We have a relationship with Customs and Border Protection. We've actually provide them with notification when a new priority product listing is taking effect, so that which they put in a bulletin that is sent to importers. So that is one way we have of getting the word out. And of course, in our compliance and testing that we're doing now, we do look at, for example, many of the rugs, most of the carpets sold in California are produced domestically. However, a lot of the rugs may be coming in from other countries. So we are targeting rugs and for testing as well. So those are the two things that I can think of. But yeah, I agree. There's a ton of stuff coming in. So.
My other observation is that as we focus with Customs and Border Protection in certain sectors and the ports into which those typically come, there tends to be the tendency of those very same suppliers to use other ports. So just to be mindful as we go forward with this, I'm just interested in this part of it, and I don't want to take time now. Are there any other board member comments? I would like to take public. Oh, sorry.
I have two or so specific questions. So I know with the formaldehyde and hair straightening products, the FDA has delayed their ban or their full ruling on that. I'm curious if you can share. I know your program has done a lot of the initial work, the initial research on chemical hair straightening. Can you share what that relationship looks like? Do you provide, when it becomes a federal ban, do you provide them the research that you all have done? Can you talk to what that looks like?
We do have some contacts with FDA. We don't have we don't specifically reach out and provide those documents. We do post them on our website, and we are very mindful of action that's being taken at the federal level. We don't, we're precluded from regulating things for the same endpoint if somebody else's regulation adequately, or unless we're meaningfully enhancing protection. And as well, when things are in the TSCA process, sometimes there can be, we have to look at whether or not there's some preemption happening. So to answer your specific question, we haven't been like reaching out and saying, here's this document in case you don't know. However, we do have an MOU with EPA. We meet regularly with US EPA. We do have relationships with FDA. We have gotten information, for example, on food contact material when we're evaluating food packaging. But that is maybe that's actually a gap that we could look into. I think that's the answer to that.
I had one more question about the 24-26 work plan, specifically about microplastics. So products that contain or generate microplastics. That's a broad category. And you all may not be able to answer this right now and maybe at a future meeting, but are there more kind of specifics on microplastic? Because I can think that is a ginormous category. So is there specific products that you all are looking at, or how are you going to narrow the field on that? Because I could imagine that could take your entire team to just work on that one product.
Yeah, well, we definitely will be going through our sort of normal iterative process where we'll probably take a narrower approach. And a lot of the use of primary microplastics in personal care products and cosmetics has already been banned by, I think, state and maybe federal legislation. There may still be, I think there are still some formulated products that have intentionally added microplastic. And so we'll likely, it's a little bit early days to say that we really don't even have the chemical listing on the books yet. But we will form a project team. We're already kind of doing that, trying to narrow the focus to something that's a little more manageable. And we'll put out a technical document, a background document for discussion, see what people have to say, and take that under consideration and try to narrow our focus to something that that's meaningful, that we can handle, that we aren't preempted and stuff like that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Evelyn, would you open public comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I will now open the floor for public comment for agenda item number 6, Safer Consumer Products presentation. I'll start with our Zoom participants. Please raise your virtual hands if you'd like to comment on this item. Seeing none, I will ask folks in person if they would like to comment on agenda item number 6. Also seeing none, I'll ask interpreters now if there are any Spanish comments on the Spanish channel or Spanish line. Thank you, Aldo, for confirming there are no Spanish comments at this time. And making one last look at the Zoom, there are no hands raised there either. So I will now close out public comment for the Safer Consumer Products presentation.
Thank you. We're at agenda item 7. We are joined by Katie Butler, who is the Deputy Director for the Hazardous Waste Management Program, who's going to discuss SB 673. We'll have, following her presentation, we'll have board discussion and public comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, and thank you, board members. It's a pleasure to present to you today an update on our Senate Bill 673 work. I'm very happy to share that we posted the first informational sheet on August 5th on our website. So I'll provide some general background on this project, our goals with track 2 of 673, and walk through that first informational sheet and give you an outlook too on next steps and what to expect as we move towards the end of this year and complete the other informational sheets and move into 2025 when we'll start to see the draft regulations. This project is a personal passion of mine because of its public health focus. And as a reminder, Senate Bill 673 required DTSC to consider adopting new hazardous waste permit criteria in California regulations and to implement programmatic reforms. So we split this into 2 tracks, track 1 and track 2. And for this presentation, we're focusing on track 2 that addresses community vulnerabilities. So this really is an important opportunity for DTSC to strengthen its regulations in the hazardous waste permitting process and to strengthen our ability to address environmental injustices. We are leveraging our existing authority. We're building off prior efforts and current efforts to do this in our permitting process. And we're hoping these draft regulations we come out with will provide clarity and more opportunities for public engagement in our permitting process. So, ¿por qué es tan importante? Why is this so important? Communities are impacted by multiple pollution burdens across our state, and particularly when industrial facilities are sited so close to residential homes and other sensitive uses. And many urban environments have mixed use residential and commercial close together. So it's not uncommon for communities to be impacted by multiple pollution burdens. And we're looking closely within our DTSC purview, how can we make a difference for those communities that are impacted? Secondly, we are striving to consider communities' lived experience as much as we possibly can in our permit decisions. And we've talked about examples how we're doing this in practice. And over the course of this last year, with the Kettleman permit decision rollout, that draft decision, holding an extra workshop to talk about the Cal EnviroScreen indicators, and more importantly, hold an open forum to hear from people who live in the community and what their experience is, so we can take that into account into our permit decision. And thirdly, our goal that I've mentioned to provide more clarity and transparency in our permitting criteria. How do our permit writers, our permit teams evaluate application materials and apply that into the permit decision? So in response to public input that we received on the draft permit or the draft framework that DTSC published in 2021, we revised our framework, and we're sharing more details because we heard loud and clear from folks that they wanted to see more details of the revised framework. And we're doing this in a series of 3 informational sheets. The first sheet focuses on community engagement. The second informational sheet will provide more details on how we're going to address community vulnerability. And third, setback distance. So like I mentioned, we published the first informational sheet on community engagement on our website August 5th. That's available for the public to review. I'm going to walk through it in a few moments. And we really encourage folks to go online and fill out our survey, provide input on this first informational sheet. Again, the value of sharing these informational sheets with the public now is so we can get feedback that will inform our drafting of the regulations. So the goals of our revised framework, these 3 goals reflect the topics of the 3 informational sheets. First, to provide earlier opportunities. Second, addressing that community vulnerability. Third, develop science-based setback distance. Here's a QR code for you to easily access the website and download the community engagement informational sheet number 1. The first page provides some general background and explains how this aspect of community engagement, it's foundational to the next step of addressing community vulnerabilities that I know we're all very interested in. So this first aspect, we consider it very foundational to guide the way for the rest of the permitting process. This outlines the new public input process that we're proposing, and it begins with a pre-application that solicits public input during, it could be a public meeting or other form of community engagement prior to the applicant submitting its permit application to DTSC. And so the purpose of that is earlier engagement with the community, an earlier opportunity for the applicant to hear concerns, address them in the application. And then once DTSC continues to review that application, we go through our normal process of possibly issuing notices of deficiency. For example, if DTSC reviews how the applicant addressed public input and determines it's not adequate, then DTSC has the authority to issue a notice of deficiency. That's just one example of an activity during that permit review process. We will continue to accept public input after releasing a draft decision like we do now, where we have a public comment period after the draft decision is made. So that won't change. That reflects our approach to continually receive input throughout the process. And then once the permit decision is made, that's when the response to comments is shared and the permit decision reflects the public input that we've received throughout the process. So on the second page of the informational sheet, you'll find some more details of the proposed framework and the benefits, which I'll run through at a high level. The proposed framework will require all operating facilities to engage with the community before submitting all new permit and permit renewal applications. Public input from pre-application community engagement must be discussed in the permit application. The benefits of this proposed process from our perspective is that it will promote transparency. This will, in a way that allows the public to see, how were their comments or concerns addressed earlier on, enhances accountability, and we're hopeful this could help reduce delays in permit decisions because any concerns or issues will be raised earlier in the process. So it's possible that it could help streamline it in the end. On the third page, we have a comparison chart. So folks can walk through and see side by side what are the current requirements for engagement, how public input is considered, and then what are we proposing. So this gives you the rundown of the who, what, when, where, how, now, and what we're proposing. Generally speaking, overall, we're expanding and improving upon our current process so that more facilities will be required to do more engagement throughout the entire process. And then on the last page of the informational sheet, you'll find some examples of community engagement activities, because we know every community is different, every facility is different, and the approach to the early community engagement needs to be tailored to that community's needs and to the specific, facility aspects of the facility's operations and, what we already know about existing community concerns and involvement. We're going to be working closely with our Office of, Environmental Equity, OEE, to, of course, understand what those community needs are. So when we review what's being proposed, we can make sure it's appropriate for that specific community and the situation. So this provides flexibility. We've heard from the general public, sometimes public meetings, they're useful for some things, but not others. And just depending on different, community needs, different ways of engaging might be appropriate. So we're allowing for that flexibility here, but then that does require, more review on DTSC's end to vet, and we can also receive public input on this aspect of, what's being proposed. We encourage that. Here's some examples, open houses, public meetings, discussions with smaller group, work groups with CBOs, of course, informational materials like fact sheets, web pages, to complement engagement activities, and then sometimes community surveys, whether that's going door to door or online, depending on what is useful for a particular community. So we're interested in everyone's feedback on that first informational sheet. And our next step is to publish the second and third informational sheets that will share additional detail on the second and third goals of this Track 2 framework. And we are on track to publish those informational sheets before the end of the year, which sets us up in a good place to share draft regulations in 2025. And we're well on our way to getting this work done. And I'm very interested to hear everyone's feedback, and it will inform that draft regulation and rulemaking package that we come out with. So here's another plug for our engagement survey online. please check it out. And we've already started receiving some input, which is great. So we'll continue to monitor those survey results. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing the first of the 3 information sheets to the board. Thank you to your team and you for engaging with Board Member Brostrom and with me as part of your subcommittee on this. I have a couple of questions. The timing of this suggests that once the reg is in place, is in effect, that these requirements would then apply to future permit renewal applications or applications. I don't know if there would be an expectation on the part of facilities to do some of that before the regulations would take effect. I'm wondering, in addition to timing, I'm wondering about what DTSC's role might be in that pre-application public engagement. But the responsibility given to the facility to hold an open house or a community meeting. I think the community expects DTSC to be part of that, the community. I know I'm speaking in general terms.
Yes, DTSC will be a part of those. That's our expectation as well. To your earlier question too about whether or not this can happen ahead of those regulations, we would encourage facilities to do as much engagement as possible. And we can encourage that at this point, but we can't require it without the regulations in place.
Let me check in with board members. Go ahead, Sushma.
I took away from your presentation that you're allowing permit applicants to tailor and customize the way they do community outreach. Do you envision DTSC playing a role in approving the approach or going back to the applicant to say, this is not good enough, can you do a little bit more? So can you speak to whether it's a pass-fail versus an FYI, which is information to DTSC?
Yeah, it will be important for our permitting team together with our Office of Environmental Equity to review what is being proposed. And then if we don't agree with the approach or we have suggestions on how to augment it, and then we can issue a notice of deficiency and make improvements to the engagement plan that's provided by the facility.
Thank you.
Georgette.
That was going to be one of my questions in regards to, I haven't read the full document that is asking for feedback. So I'm just wondering, I have a couple of thoughts. One is this something that is going to be required? And if so, is that going to be stated on the process?
Yes, the early engagement will be required,
okay,
assuming the regulations are adopted. So once the regulations are adopted, then it will be required.
Okay, so then that would be part of the submittal. This is your community engagement plan, right? And it would get reviewed and
yes,
accepted.
and one step further, they're going to be required to address and show how their permit application is addressing concerns or issues that the public has raised.
Mm-hmm. And then I have another question, just because sometimes who does the engagement matters, and when it's like an industry coming in wanting to talk to community members, there might be not too much of a engagement. So how would they be asked to prove you engage? Or let me backtrack. Is there like a certain amount, like a percentage of the population that should be outreach to, like required within the community radius or something? Or is it you talk to 5 people and that's good enough? Or what would that look like in terms of ensuring that community members are being asked? And perhaps as a suggestion, maybe the industry should hire a outside, not, I don't know, like I work a lot with community and sometimes who does the outreach does matter, right? So maybe there is like, I mean, I'll leave it up to them, but if I'm an industry, I would hire somebody that is a little bit more connected to help them develop that plan, but
Yeah, that's a good suggestion that, some of the proposals we may receive could be a third party facilitator or third party consultant that has the local knowledge about what groups are there and making sure that, the various groups in the community are being outreached to appropriately. Because we have seen, plenty of instances where, no feedback doesn't necessarily mean that there is no
Right.
feedback, right? So we know that, and we'll have to monitor that closely. It's a really good suggestion for us to keep in mind.
And I think also, and I don't know how one determines that, but I do believe that there should be a requirement to have some sort of measurement of how many people you're speaking to within community, impacted community, just in terms of a percentage or something like that versus I just think that's really critical.
So making sure the required reporting mechanisms will capture that kind of data outcomes that you're asking
Right.
about.
Right. In terms of who are you speaking with and how many, right? Is it, like I said, is it 5 people out of 1,000 people? Does that give you enough info or not? Right? Or should it be 10% of that? Just trying to figure out what would be from your end, what would be a healthy percentage of engaging folks, right? Attempting to engage folks. And engaging people is not difficult. It's just a matter of the intention and who does it and are they really being taken care seriously, right?
Yeah, so I hear you saying that we'll want to make sure we're getting a representative sample of the community potentially being, impacted. So yeah, we'll consider that and think through how that would look.
Thank you.
Thank you, Georgette. Ingrid, and then Jeannie.
I think my comments are kind of on the same theme, and I think I may have already provided some subset of this, but in terms of accountability, because I think that's kind of the theme is, we're giving the space to the regulated entities, which will have differing relationships with the community that they're near. We're giving them some freedom to figure out, how to engage the community. So one recommendation is, rather than kind of just cede the space entirely, whether DTSC can still, be there, be be present. So it itself, can hear what the community is saying rather than just relying on the regulated entities to, to capture and share the information. So, whether it be a survey or community meetings or whatever, if you can either be present or get like the raw data so that, that we're not playing telephone, that you're actually seeing and hearing directly from the community, even if it's the regulated entities that are, that are organizing the space. I think that would be helpful because I think there's going to be, some trust issues, with allowing the regulated entities to, to summarize what the community's concerns are, rather than DTSC to hear it themselves.
I agree. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Yeah. Rizzo? You're on mute. Mute.
See, sorry. Good to see you, Katie Butler, and
Good to see you too, Chair Rizzo.
So I know that maybe you could talk to me about how your comms team will integrate with this in terms of I know there was some discussion around social media and texting and making sure to get the community there. What we've heard in the past is when some of these gatherings are organized, as to Ingrid's point and Georgette's, by the facility or the industry, they don't have the reach. So, and there isn't necessarily the trust. So they're not all that well attended, as opposed to when you organize something or you're going to show up and you do the outreach because you already know the community groups, you already know who you've heard from in public comments and at these meetings and at your previous workshops. So utilizing comms in terms of outreach makes perfect sense to me. And I'm not trying to give Ali Westcott more work, but how you can ensure that there's the kind of representation that Georgette's talking about and the trust that Ingrid's talking about when people are present. So I think, we've heard in the past that hasn't worked for them when it's just organized by the facility. So I think I'm just reiterating, but also asking how comms would be used. And I do see Ali Westcott's hand up. Isn't that ironic?
Does Ali want to chime in?
Yeah, Ali's actually raised her hand, so
Okay,
we can go
great.
to Ali.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this very topic. I'm Ali Westcott, Deputy Director of Communications for DTSC, and one of the ways that we've been working behind the scenes to, I think, better supplement the communications that we've done and make sure that they're getting directly into the hands of people who need the communications and to know what's going on are two really important ways that we've actually had to work much harder than you'd think on. One is getting a text alert system activated so that at facilities such as EcoVat, Exide, et cetera, across the state, we can take the database that we have in place and not only use what we have, but grow what we have through promotions to text people the information they need about public comment periods, those who are living within a specific radius, for example, or to come to public meetings. That way it's going right to their phones. We find that regardless of demographic, that's the best way to reach people exactly where they are. Another method that we've been working really hard towards is promotion of social media ads. And what that does is allow us to target communities directly with specific messages on their social media feeds. We want to use that again to drive people directly to public comment pages and other information, as well as public meetings. Videos that we produce over time. I mean, we are a small but mighty team and we do what we can, but there's a lot of great materials that are being created that we find are difficult to get directly to people. We've been working very closely with the budgets team to work out a mechanism to make those two very things happen. It's a long time coming and it's going to be launching very soon. We're very excited. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. So I'm hearing opportunities to look more closely at comms in the existing framework or the proposed framework that we put forth in the informational sheet number 1. Our team has been so focused on the community engagement aspect, and hearing Ali speak and the suggestion from you, Chair Rizzo, and also thinking about efforts lately to do more ethnic media as well. I'm going to ask our team to take a closer look at this communications aspect and, identify if there's any way for the regulations to reflect how we're doing more modern ways of communication. Because as many of us know, one of the historic ways the department gets its public notices out is in the newspaper. And that there's still a newspaper requirement. And for a lot of people, they may still look in the newspaper, but there's so many other new channels of communication that we can look at. So thank you for that suggestion.
Have any final board member comments while we have benefit of Katie here? If not, let's hear any public comments we may have. Evelyn?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I will now open the floor for public comment for agenda item number 7, SB 673 Track 2 presentation. I'll start with our in-person participants first. And I do see one hand that was raised and would like to comment. As they make their way to the podium, please, folks on Zoom, if you'd like to comment, please raise your hand now so that I can take a head count. Thank you. You have the floor. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, I'm Christine Wolf. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Waste Management. And I just really want to second a lot of what the board just expressed concerns about. We have no concerns with early engagement with communities. In fact, I think that's a good idea. It's a good part of the process. We do that now, of course, at our facilities too. We have that sort of constant engagement with folks, but recognizing that it's a good sort of formal part of the process, but having really clear standards about what is acceptable to DTSC and what isn't is going to be important for us to understand how to put together that engagement plan, especially if it's part of the permit approval process and could potentially impact timelines. This kind of outreach also based on what we were just talking about sounds like it might be time consuming and costly. And so we'll want to budget for those kinds of activities early in the process. So having that very clear guidance from DTSC as to what will be acceptable in terms of public engagement will be important. And I am sure that Katie and her team are thinking in giving us that kind of guidance. And then secondly, I agree with the importance of DTSC being in those meetings, because DTSC is going to be the one who decides whether or not the engagement is appropriate and whether or not the comments that are provided are adequately incorporated into our permit application, right? So I think it's really important for DTSC to be there at those meetings. I'll just say and give Katie and her team a shout out that we had this very comprehensive meeting for the Kettleman permit earlier this summer, where there were actually representatives from not just DTSC, but all of the other environmental agencies who regulate the facility. And I thought that was a really helpful meeting to have everybody there instead of DTSC just having to say, oh, we don't actually regulate air quality, but let me set you up with someone from the air district. The folks from the air district were actually there, or the water board, or those kinds of things. So I thought that was really great. I know that that's time and effort for the agencies, but I think it's probably going to facilitate some of the trust and communications issues that several of the board members raised, and help us understand what our sort of clear obligations are as we move into the permit application. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I don't see any further hands on in person or on, actually I see one hand raised on Zoom now from Angela. Please accept our request to unmute. Please state your name and your affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. This is Angela John.
Oh, we hear you now.
Okay. Good afternoon. This is Angela Johnson Mazzaros from Earth Justice. And I wasn't going to comment on the Track 2 framework, but given this conversation, I wanted to note 2 things. First, I'm hopeful that DTSC won't outsource this meeting to the facilities. Rather, I hope that DTSC will retain responsibility for ensuring that the meeting is productive and that it is appropriate. I understand there are lots of things to weigh, but I'm hopeful that DTSC will take responsibility for the meetings and making sure the meetings are done appropriately and well. And the other thing I'll just comment on for the Track 2 draft regulation is that it seems to me that we're proposing a 2026, although I think maybe Katie said 2025 during the conversation timeline for a release of the draft regulation. And as you all know, this 673 was adopted in 2015, and I am hopeful that we will be able to wrap up this process in a way that is fast and appropriate, and that DTSC will take action in the gap to make sure they're meeting the legislative direction to take into account cumulative impacts in the permitting process. And then my final statement is really a question, which is, we're talking today about the track 2, and I am still interested in understanding what DTSC is intending to do related to track 1. As you know, we've been raising the question about the violation scoring procedure and its fatal flaw in terms of meeting the direction from the legislature, and how the current construction of the VSP program lets the most egregious polluters and violators off the hook for their behavior. And so I am still interested to know when DTSC intends to address the failure of its current VSP regulation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Angela. So I don't see any further hands on Zoom raised. Spanish interpreters, can you please confirm if there are any Spanish comments on the Spanish line? Okay, no Spanish comments. And I just want to point out for the SB 673 team and folks online that my colleague Courtney Bailey has shared the first informational sheet link in both English and Spanish. And as soon as you click on that, the button to share your thoughts is right at the top of the page. And she also included the links that are on hyperlinked on her presentation. The presentation you can also find under materials for today's board meeting. And before I close out this public comment period, I want to share that there is, that Jaime Sanchez is still with us, is still joining us. And I want to give him one more opportunity to share his comments, since he did sign up for the public forum. So I'll try him one more time. I know he had some. Okay, I am hearing, okay, I'm hearing that he already emailed us, but so I think that's all then. So I'll just close out public comment for this agenda item for SB 673, track 2. Thank you so much for helping me out with that. And I will kick it off back to you, Vice Chair Hacker.
Before I proceed, I think Member Brostrom has her hand raised.
Yeah, you know, I was just wondering if we could pass it back to Katie to get an answer to Angela's last question around the VSP. I also was a little confused about whether or not there would be amendments to the VSP process as part of track 2. And if so, you know, what the timeline looked like. So I was just wondering if we could give an opportunity to maybe if there was a quick response to Angela's question.
Thank you, Board Member Brostrom. So we have been working on amendments to track 1 VSP regulations. And I was going to suggest that we consider it as an agenda item in the future, in the near future, so that we can provide a good update on where we're at with that. It has been moving along, so we have been hearing the feedback from folks and taking that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well. We have just a couple items remaining. Our Executive Officer, Swati Sharma, will now summarize today's action items.
And yesterday's items as well. So bear with me, I'll be covering 2 days, and there's a few action items and follow-up items. So starting with yesterday, we had the EO report and the board. There's an item to update our operational guidelines. Just a reminder that we're going to move that to the October board meeting and have a vote by the board at that time. For agenda item number 4, permit appeal process, the board did vote to approve both of the standing orders, 24-01 and 24-02. So updating the standing order rules of administrative of appeals, as well as establishing rules for the conduct of appeal hearings. Next, the board voted on the minutes for both the July and the December board meetings. And moving along to today's board meeting, we started off with the DTSC fee rates, where the board voted to approve the subcommittee recommendation of the 5% reserve for all fee rates, and as well as setting the fee cap rate. There were a number of action items from this agenda item, so I'm going to try to recap it. We received a lot of public comments as well that we will be following up on. So we had a request from Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker to discuss loan repayment options during the year and during a future board meeting. There's also a request from Vice Chair Hacker to look into whether vacancy, savings, and position swept can offset cost of living increase and can be factored into each fee, as well as can next year metrics show a 0% action for your future figures. There's also a request from Vice Chair Hacker if there's metrics on generation and handling fees that can be included in collection and completion percentage rates, and to also discuss revenues and loan at a mid-year meeting. There was public comment to have better coordination and consideration of including federal facilities when evaluating data so that it can be incorporated well ahead of the federal budget process. This was a comment that was emailed to all of us, and so it was emailed during the meeting, so you all should see that. And there were a few other public comments, again, that we will be reviewing and responding to. Next, there was DTSC's leadership report, where the board voted to approve the 24-25 priorities. In terms of action items, there was a request from member Bhatia to post links to CDTFA's site for the tiered penalty and enforcement information. There was also a request from member Gomez to share reports from third-party Exide monitoring, and a request from board chair Rizzo to post reading material recommendations to the public ahead of the hazardous waste management workshops. Next agenda item was the Safer Consumer Products presentation, and there was a request from board member Bhatia for SCP to explain how they can engage with third-party certification bodies to suggest possible manufacturing product alternatives, and a request from board member Brostrom for the SCP to report out at a future meeting about compliance and enforcement activities. There was also a request for SB 673 that we just heard from member Gomez and member Brostrom for DTSC to reach out to third parties to engage in and capture community and public participation. Lastly, I did want to add a little bit of information about the emergency rulemaking. We will have information on our website, but I wanted to reiterate a few key dates since I glossed over them earlier. So the draft notice of proposed emergency rulemaking, which is part of the materials for today's meeting, will be mailed out to interested persons on September 5th or 5 working days prior to the board submitting on September 12th to the Office of Administrative Law for approval. Afterwards, OAL will allow interested persons 5 calendar days to submit comments on the proposed emergency regulations. If anyone is interested in receiving this notice ahead of time, please send your mailing address to our email address at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. That'll be put in the chat as well. And instructions on how to submit comments are available on the draft notice. Once approved by OAL, the rulemaking will be filed with the Secretary of State to update the California Health and Safety Code with new rates that are retroactive to July 1st and will take effect on October 1st. After this effective date, the new regulation can be found on the hazardous waste fee website for CDTFA, and as well as DTSC and the board's website under the regulation tabs. If there are any questions, please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to thank DTSC Director Williams and her management team for participating with us over these last couple of days and for our close ongoing working relationship in so many different areas. I thank our board staff and the other not seen support staff for making sure that we could host a 2-day hybrid meeting with all kinds of unexpected things cropping up that they had to overcome. From DTSC in particular, thank you, Sabrina Gruner and Carla Samesqua. From Cal State Sacramento, sitting to my right, Corin Chopin and Danessa Quintos. From Cal Interpreting, Aldo Renteria and Leticia Arena. And from Cal Recycles AV Services, Josh Levesque, Abe Myers, and Joaquin Murrieta. Thank you all. We will be meeting next on October 16th and 17th, probably in the Los Angeles metro area. And with that, may I please have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Member Bhatia, and I will second. Evelyn?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Sushma Bhatia,
Yes.
Ingrid Brostrom,
Yes.
Georgia Gomez,
Yes.
Jeannie Rizzo,
Yes.
and Alexis Strauss-Hack.
Yes.
Thank you, members. This meeting is officially, I'm sorry, officially adjourned. 1:56 p.m.
That was a Freudian
Milky.
slip.
I thoroughly enjoyed all the information shared. Thank you.
I think